do for the small sessions.
I wouldn't necessarily call this session small. I'm just throwing that out there.
Well, small party sessions.
This
Where
is
it's like 2 to 3 players.
Side session, if you will.
Yeah, the side sessions.
Yeah.
Although I do have a feeling this will go crazy because you're excited for it, and that always means something terrible's going to happen.
Me and
terrible with
Yeah.
me? What? Bro,
You tried to kill
how?
my entire family!
How
You were sad
could
when
you-
I saved my sister!
Listen, okay, it's...
Yeah, be prepared. Me and Kira have been plotting all week. I don't know what's gonna happen, but we've talked.
Things have been talked about. You're not wrong. I'm really excited for Apollyon, just in general. After everything, the Russia arc is gonna be so fun for me.
Oh.
For
Burn
me,
my house to the ground!
yeah, I did.
My family's dead!
What am I gonna?
What am I gonna do?
No.
I don't see the problem here.
DM casually giving their players trauma.
Yeah.
It's an endless stream of trauma.
Huh?
Okay, so we are going to get started. To be fair, I have given everybody a chance to say if they needed to go over anything. So Dylan, I have to also allow you to check anything if you need it. I doubt you do.
I have all my notes together, so.
Great. Pidge, because this is your session, I am allowing you to pick the dice, your counter dice. What color do you want me to use? Jesus Christ, are there options?
While you guys do that, I'm gonna do my prep rolls real quick.
Give me. Yeah, got any like gold and red?
I have black and
Yellow
red, and I
wood.
have black and gold.
Black and gold then.
Black and gold metal
Since they will
dice
be-
tis.
Out of the 10
They will
rolls,
be.
I got 2 high rolls, so let's. I'm prepared.
Oh lordy.
Fuck, right, hold on, pre-rolls.
3 rolls.
Okay,
Oh,
these are
God.
the 2 we're gonna use.
Oh,
Let's
God.
see how the dice feel about you guys today.
I
A
think
19
Fridlin's-
and a 7. Okay.
I think Fridlin's going to die. I rolled 3 6s in a row and then a natural 1.
Oh,
Okay, fuck.
The devil wants me dead. Oh,
I
okay,
should
that was a
roll.
natural 20. I think I just got the evil out of my dice.
just a slight exorcism.
I
at the
got an
beginning,
11
it's
and a
fine.
20.
I mean,
So-
that's the purpose of the pre-rolls. It's supposed to be an exorcism.
Okay, so we're going to start this off by me asking what y'all remember happening last. And this isn't like necessarily an official session recap for viewers. This is me asking, do y'all even remember what happens?
Yeah, I'm trying to piece it together because I remember everything that Pridwin did.
I remember everything because I was involved in everything.
Well, Pidge fangirled over a red panda.
True.
Yeah. Yeah. So, Pidge and Pridwin went to talk with Death. Pidge had a PTSD flashback.
Uh-huh.
Pridwin got extremely worried.
Forgot that happened. I wasn't involved.
I totally forgot about this happening. Wait, a PTSD flashback?
Okay, so
yeah.
you remember Pidge going into Death's room after everything?
God, I gotta re-listen
yeah.
to this session.
And also, Pridwin fucking obliterated some lady who was trying to be racist about the fact that he's married to a witch.
Oh, that's right.
And
So,
Pidge used his words against him later when she was having her PTSD attack.
here, I'll start from the top.
Any of this? Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, so we started with everyone waking up early in the morning. We were all just getting our coffee, eating our coffee and drinking our breakfast.
Gotcha.
And after Pridwin left, the entire team decided to collaborate and scheme on his wedding. Um, during which Apollyon got his stuff together. He got his costume. I'm not sure what everyone else did because I think everyone else was just NPCs and then Pidge. And then there was, I think Xavier was also helping Apollyon out.
I'm pretty sure the last session took place after the wedding because Pridwin came out
It
mauled.
did. So I listened to
Yeah.
the wedding session. That was the last session I listened to. I haven't listened to the
Yeah.
4CM session yet because it's 10 hours long and I have not had time.
Yeah, so
It's the Waffle House.
so
The
much.
battle at Waffle House.
Yeah, I remember all of
Yeah.
that. I remember that key part very well. The whole
Yeah, the
cross-continental
Battle of
cryptid
Waffle
contingency,
House.
that was great.
That's
I don't
right. Okay.
remember what happened before or after that.
Okay, the Waffle House thing. For some reason, my timeline's a bit fucked up. I remember what happened there. Yes.
So
That's the part of my memory I don't need help with. That was great.
Yes, exactly.
I was trying to remember if that happened. Oh wait, yeah, it did happen after the wedding.
Yeah.
Yeah,
All
yeah,
of this
I
happened
remember that.
after the wedding.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
remember that super well because when we found the Waffle House, we talked with the cryptids. We managed to actually make a really good argument.
Oh yes, I remember everything now.
And y'all
Okay.
drowned the fucking witch in the river.
Yeah. Pridwin, to be fair, that felt like that was the solution that you were gearing us
It
towards.
was not at all, to be honest
But,
with you.
Apollyon is funny and figured out what she's afraid of. So.
Yeah. So Apollyon told
God.
Pridwin that she's afraid of drowning, and so Pridwin decided to lure her to the river so that they could trap her in it.
Yep.
Fucking
And
yeehaw, I guess.
The black blood in that situation brought Pidge to finally deciding to get a certain project put together.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
And then after we returned, that was when we did all of the business with
Yeah.
death and all
Um,
that.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
starting the day.
Apollyon
trying to-
has that one person that we captured during the battle.
Right,
Yep.
his new shadow.
Yep. Which there will just a tease. There will be lore for the shadows.
I'm very excited for that.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember. I do not remember you two going to the death room at all.
Yeah, no. So we went there to report to her because there was one Pidge wanted to pitch an idea to her,
Yeah.
and two Pridwin wanted to also pitch an idea to her, and he also wanted to update her on everything that happened with
Yeah. So I think the
The
reason
peace
before
treaty.
the end meeting.
I think the
Yeah.
reason I don't remember is because it happened at the exact same time that Apollyon was making the deal with Mara.
Yeah,
that's why I
they
don't
were.
remember it.
Yeah, that was because we were jumping back and forth between the two.
Yeah.
Because
Mhm.
Apollyon was literally walking down those steps when we passed by him to head towards the death room.
And Pridwin had just yelled at the one lady for being racist.
Which
And,
lady? Which lady?
so
I can't
Pidge-
remember who.
So there was a group of students that was like,
Talking
because Pridwin gets weird stares,
Yeah.
and Pridwin was getting weird stares the entire time that they were heading towards the death room, which was also making Pidge extremely uncomfortable because she felt like she was being stared at as well.
I mean, that is
Which,
fair.
to be fair,
Mhm.
probably. But they passed a group that was like huddled together whispering about Pridwin. And
Did
so
I give
Pridwin
her a
decided
name,
to-
or was it just a bunch of random students?
I don't. That's the thing that I can't remember.
Because
can't remember.
if I didn't name her, then that's why my compartmentalized brain is not pulling it up, because it wasn't
Yeah.
important to me. It was just students whispering.
You didn't give me a name, but you gave me a description of her. But Pridwin hit them with the fucking like he basically
right
completely
here.
schooled them. And
The face claims here between Echo and I'm guessing your raccoon.
Hold on. I am going to look.
Raccoon and Havels.
I gotta
You bought a
scroll
raccoon.
all the way back.
In Havel's armor.
I remember, yes, I totally remember, Bandit being purchased. Oh my god, did I introduce you to them?
Them?
No way.
did you?
Hold on. There's no way I introduced you to them this early. And those were the three that I told you were
Talking
bitching
mad
at you?
shit? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Alright.
And so Pridwin hit them with a fucking hard dose of reality, and also revealed that his family itself is also, because there was a specific point where Pridwin was like, "I'm a rhizostoma," and she said, "Yeah, that only makes it worse because." The rhizostomas are witch hunters. So Pridwin decided to rip his helmet off and reveal that his family is also related to a witch. And so if witches are really that bad, then why the hell are the rhizostomas like a paragon of being good people? And that shut them up real quick.
Believable.
Yep. And even though he was making a good point, his words struck Pidge with a different chord because he was saying our actions reveal our character. And Pidge feels a lot of guilt.
Uh-huh. Right. I'm starting to remember this now. Sorry.
And so after that, we make it to the death room. And while we're waiting, there was something about the death room that triggered, Pidge.
Absolutely losing your fucking shit.
I can't remember.
The absence of sound and the pressure in the room was the words that you used to describe it.
Right.
Like,
and so
being unable to hear after a big explosion.
yeah. So Pridwin tried to help Pidge snap out of it. Eventually Death got there. In the middle of Pidge having this full-fledged panic attack. And eventually Pidge managed to snap out of it and then just acted like nothing happened.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
And we began having a conversation with Death. I don't remember who went first, but eventually it went into the conversation about the squirrels. But, right, yeah, I think it was Pridwin first. So he gave a report explaining, what happened at the Battle of Waffle House.
God bless.
And he said that he had managed to broker, a ceasefire between them and multiple groups, specifically a couple of individual cryptids, and also managed to garner interest from a couple of, like, actual factions. And Pridwin put forth the request that he be made basically why is my brain dying?
Maybe like a liaison between the two.
Yeah, basically he was requesting that he become
Ambassador might be a better word.
Ambassador, yeah,
Ambassador.
that's the word. And Death was impressed, and so she was like, "Yeah, I think actually that's a good idea." Because I guess that literally no one's been able to do that before. Just make friends with a bunch of cryptids.
Yeah, no. Usually it's a shoot first, ask questions later type of situation, so...
Yeah. And so... God, hold on, my brain's dying. Yeah, so they did that, and then Pidge decided to pitch her idea on her...
Actually, Death was informing us and saying, hey, none of this leaves this room, and informed us about the Russia situation, and
Right.
Pidge segued that into her pitch for the squirrels.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah,
Because
then
she
Pidge
originally
revealed-
had no plan for them.
Yeah, then Pidge revealed that she bought, what was it, like 1,000? 10,000 squirrels?
100.
She bought 100.
Just 100.
100. 100 squirrels. And, obviously, she needed a use for them, and what would be a greater spy than an animal that's literally everywhere? And so, because these squirrels were 100% trained attack squirrels,
Uh-huh.
it's just perfect.
Another thing Pidge did not know at the time.
You just wanted to buy squirrels, because why the fuck not?
Yeah, seriously.
Pidge's irresponsible spending habits really did pay off. So yeah, we gave the pitch. Pidge gave the pitch that we could use squirrels as spies to figure out what's going on in Russia.
Yep.
And then we were basically like, the only issue is we don't have a way of communicating with the squirrels.
At which
And we were wondering if there's like a person on campus that can. At which point, Death pointed us in the direction of... Oh god, 1 second.
Jesus.
Don't worry about it.
That's when y'all met Echo.
Yeah.
And Pidge lost her ever-loving shit.
Yeah.
Yep.
Absolutely lost her mind, the adorable little red panda lady.
Which, to be fair, you know.
Yeah. Oh yeah, also, we found out that she was married to the squirrel dealer.
Yeah, that happens.
in the past.
I gotta go re-listen to all of that session at some point. Sorry, I'm struggling to remember. It's been a hot minute.
Yeah.
Anyway, that pretty much catches us up to par,
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, because I think literally the last thing that happened was we headed back home and Apollyon came out. Oh wait, I think that was when we were on our way to the forest to talk to Echo.
Y'all ran into Apollyon.
Apollyon came out with his new friend,
Yeah.
and neither Pridwood nor Pidge really even reacted to her, even though she was like terrified of them because we did murder her entire family.
Yeah.
It's totally fine. Don't worry about it.
But you know, we weren't hostile towards her because we're not. If somebody's not gonna kill us, we don't really care.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then Pridwin had a conversation with Apollyon that basically sounded like fucking trying to convince your dad to let you keep a dog.
Oh yeah.
God.
And he was like, "You're not gonna do weird cult shit, are you?" And then Apollyon was like, "You better believe I'm gonna do weird cult shit."
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Demon.
And Pridwin basically...
Demon, right here. Come on.
God. And then Pridwin was basically like, alright, as long as you, like, take care of her and don't sacrifice her or some shit, then you can keep her.
Jesus Christ.
And then, yeah, I believe that was... We got home, and then that was the end of it.
Okay. So we are going to, now that we're all caught up, unless anybody else needs to go over anything first, question mark.
No, we're good.
No, great, okay.
No, I think
So
we're good.
we are going to get this started by having all of you roll me a d20.
Oh boy. That was a cocked dice. I need to reroll. Two.
It makes a lot of sense, actually.
Pridwin is not a morning person.
Well, to be fair, you were very worried because Katya's been gone. And it's been bothering you, and your wife has been trying to distract you, and it is very easy for your wife to distract you.
God.
Alright.
What about the other two of you?
Oh, we sent it into group roll.
Oh, did you? Sorry,
Yep.
I'm literally like going through 20 tabs at once right now. This is crazy. Okay, so Apollyon, you're gonna be the first. What are you doing today? Assuming it has something to do with your shadow.
Yes, actually. Whoever she may be, he's going to walk over to her, actually going to say, Mara.
She's going to look at you immediately.
Mm-hmm. He looks to her and says, soon I'm going to begin your training as a shadow. Get your things prepared and meet me by the crater in the forest about an hour from now. The others will give you directions if you need.
She disappears immediately. Gone. She has never once, like, ignored what you have said to her.
Yeah. Alright.
Also, it helps that you scare the absolute fucking shit out of her.
That's fair enough. And next up, he is going to... Actually, he's gonna go try to wake up Pridwin, because he needs him.
Okay, so you start heading back into the room. I am going to actually let you do that first before I say what happens next.
Alright. So he's going to knock on Pridwin's door. Actually, no, not door. Window. He doesn't use doors.
Fucking window again. How loud are you knocking on this?
Pretty loud.
So a minute later, actually no, nothing happens. You get no response from either of them.
Alright, then he's just going to open it.
Okay, you open the window, and because of Pridwin's roll earlier, you see I wish I had the... Have you guys seen the meme of, like, the girl and the guy and the girl sleeping on top of him and then the full moon comes out and it's this massive werewolf, like, crushing him all of a sudden?
Yes.
Okay, so this is what you see. You go crawl through the window, and Pridwin, there is an enormous astral jaguar on top of Pridwin, dead asleep.
He looks to her and he says, are you busy?
She is out. She does not even notice you, which is kind of crazy to you because she's usually very alert and on edge. She's out. Pridwin, I'm assuming will slowly like roll over to look at you. Liam did BRB, so I'm not sure if he's back yet or not, but
Let's skip over to Pidge then.
yeah, so that's what I was about to say. So like he looks at you. Meanwhile, Pidge, you are in the library. That is where you are at right now. Because something very interesting is happening right now. You and 5 other students are mad chilling in there's a new section in the library that has all these like comfy like bean bags and kind of couches and stuff. It's a little lounge area in the corner. And that is where your book club now meets. So, what book are you guys talking about? If you're here.
Testing.
There
Can
you
hear
go.
me?
Yeah, can now.
Okay. Thinking. Since I watched The Good Place recently, what we owe to each other. It's one of the moral philosophy story books.
Okay. What exactly are you talking about? What are you saying? Mind you, they are all surprisingly listening to you with interest, which is not something you are used to.
I have not actually read the book, so I can't give full details onto it.
All good. So you're just,
But
are you just
basically-
like, is this like a pre-reading or an after reading of this book?
Let's go with a pre-reading because a lot of these things are things Pidge does not work on at all.
Okay.
Like chapter 2, right and wrong, wrongness and reasons, the structure of contractualism and responsibility.
This is hurting my
So-
brain just as a person, as the DM, but yeah, it's fine. So amongst the people that are in your group right now, Alex is there. She's always there. You also have Owen and Mason from the Greenbloods, the two littles. They're there. Emma Harper is also there. And then you have a couple faces that you do not recognize. But they are very interested.
And so Pidge is just she's doing her obsessive rant thing, where she's going into all minuscule detail about why she loves a certain thing or something, and is just explaining why she can't wait to read the book.
Fair enough. 1, 2, 3, 4.
And she's glad that everyone voted on it because she does have a democratic process, and sometimes they're reading instruction manuals, other times they're reading moral philosophy books, and sometimes they're reading
fucking manga.
Yeah.
Like, you just switch back and forth between all of them. Okay, so yeah, that's what you guys are up to. Liam, are you back yet?
I think
my
that was
God.
enough.
I can't believe Liam's dead.
Yeah, actually, you know what? Apollyon's going to leave a note with his symbol on it on his nightstand, and he's going to leave. He's gonna
Roll
look for.
me a perception check, actually, Apollyon.
Okay.
This is why I wanted one of you to be in the cabin.
Okay, 16.
Okay, very easy to notice. So you're outside. You've crawled back outside the room. You see somebody walking frantically, not frantically, but very, very quick steps toward the cabin.
He's going to try to figure out who they are. He's gonna look at them.
It is Gabriel. With your roll, you have no trouble realizing it's Gabriel. Gabriel is walking with earnest, and you can tell that his eyebrows are furrowed. There are stress lines in his face.
So he's going to walk over to the front door of the cabin, and he's gonna try to open it as soon as he walks over to it and tries to knock.
Okay. Roll me a d20.
Yep. A 13.
You didn't beat him. He opens it a half second before you do. Like, he doesn't even knock. He just goes to open it, and he manages to catch it. So you're standing there with your hand, like, right by, the knob to turn it. And he goes, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Have you, by chance seen Pidge anywhere?
Well, would I know that Pidge goes to the book club?
You would, yes. You patrol campus quite often. But a lot of the times lately, you've seen Pidge in the garage with Alex.
All right. He looks at me and says, "Well, recently I've seen Pidge in the garage, but
Right,
there's a
he
few."
says, and turns around and starts walking.
Do you need help?
I'm not sure, he says, and keeps going.
Well, good luck.
And he starts walking off, and you can see that he is he's got his hand shoved in his pocket, but there's a piece of paper that he's holding like in his hand as he walks, and he's doing like he's trying really hard not to like crush it
Yeah.
with the stress.
Oh, okay. Hmm. So, well, next, Apollyon's gonna look for Pridwin's, one of Pridwin's siblings that does the, clothing work.
Alterations, one of the twins. Let's see who is there. Let's flip a coin. Let's see. So you got low, so that is going to be you get Sophia. Sophia is actually in the kitchen talking with Cody.
Alright,
Over tea.
he's gonna walk over to the kitchen. And he'll say, you guys busy or anything?
They both like stop mid-chat and look up at you. You can't tell if they're irritated or if they're just giving you this sly look.
I can't tell if it's something I did or something someone else did, possibly Soma, but, can I help?
What do you want?
I wanted, one of the twins to help me with something.
Sophia gives you a look and raises her eyebrow.
I need some clothing work done if you have any free time soon.
Okay.
If you aren't busy, he says, looking at them.
They kind of make like eye contact out of the corners of their eyes and look back at you. No, we're not. Not at all. And Cody grabs her tea and walks off.
There's a lot of tension today.
You can see that Cody, like, as she walks off, she is also tense.
Well, I don't know who died, but, he, grabs, like, a piece of paper and he's just doing a rough sketch of what this clothing looks like. He's basically trying to draw out Mara's clothing in the drawing I made.
Gotcha, so you're wanting to, once you start drawing this and she realizes who it's for, the hard lines in her face soften and she seems very interested in what you're saying.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he says, I want to get this for her. Clothing fitting for a shadow.
And I suppose you're going to finance this little endeavor? Cloth isn't cheap.
This is true.
There's a playful twinkle in her eyes.
I can do something for you. Though I am a bit of a homeless demon, but I am capable of many things that could help you. I could rob a bank.
She gives you a really look.
What do you want me to do?
Let's just say you owe me, she says, holding out a hand to you.
Alright, he takes her hand.
She shakes it once, takes the piece of paper from you, twirls it in her fingers, and starts walking away.
Alright, she has a new tattoo now, by the way.
Yeah, she didn't even notice. Pridwin, there's an astral jaguar unconscious on top of you. The full jaguar.
Does Apollyon hear this?
I'm sure you probably do. Also, your window is inexplicably open. It definitely wasn't open last night. You didn't want anybody hearing what happened in that room.
Everyone is now muffled panic.
Let's see if she notices you. She actually does, but she doesn't wake up. It's one of those things where she, like, half asleep, she kind of rolls over with just enough so that you can, like, breathe suddenly. She's, like, half on top of you now.
Well,
That you would
Oh, God.
definitely hear, Apollyon.
Yeah. Yeah. Apollyon's gonna try to appear in his window again.
So you're trying to, like, wedge yourself out from underneath this massive jaguar, and Apollyon's just suddenly there, watching your plight,
What?
leaning on the windowsill, grinning.
Did you... Oh, God.
Did I?
Were you here?
Yes.
What is wrong with you?
Well, I can name a few things, but we'd be here all day.
Can I please get some help?
I can try. Just promise me she won't try to kill me.
I can't promise anything. Just Pridwin holds out his hand, like trying to drag himself out from under her.
He steps through the window and he's gonna grab his hand to try to pull him out.
Okay, between the two of you, I'm not gonna make you roll. You managed to pull Pridwin off the bed, and
Right.
she immediately starts growling.
Lunala, everything's fine.
She stops growling.
Oh.
Starts to
works.
fall back asleep.
Anyway,
Oh,
competition for you.
Squints.
See, remember when you said that you wanted to teach people how to properly use shields and defend?
That was something that I did want to do, yes.
Well, I wanted to do a bit of a combat training program.
That would be interesting.
Excellent. I wanted you to be there to teach how to defend, because, well, I'm not exactly the defensive type.
So about this time, you notice your PDA going off. The notification symbol flashing across the screen of it.
He looks down at his PDA. Lewis's PDA, I should say.
Specifically, Pridwin's PDA is the one going off.
Yeah, Pridwin's going to check it.
It is a message from Gabriel. Have you seen Pidge? It's important, is the second one.
Pridwin's going to reply with, she's been avoiding me, so no. Probably
He gives you an unhappy emoji.
probably at book club? Question mark?
There's the typing dots, and then we have a book club? Question mark.
He just replies, you didn't know?
No, in all caps.
Check the library, maybe?
He doesn't respond after this point.
Have you seen Pidge?
No, I've been busy with Mara. Which, oh, right, did I ever tell them that I renamed her to Mara? I don't think I did.
I thought you did. I thought you introduced her as Mara when you saw Pidge and Pridwin.
No, I introduced her as his new shadow. It was Mara. I named her Mara after I made the drawing.
Damn, okay, I could have sworn you did. Never mind.
Is that her actual name, or did you come up with that?
She doesn't like her name, so I sort of named her that.
I see. Okay.
Human with the demon name. Or, I guess, lycanthrope with the demon name. I don't really know what she is.
Don't worry about it.
Pridwin shrugs. You're the one who picked her up.
That's true. Regardless, yes, I would like to issue a bit of a training program to any students who may be interested.
Well, I would certainly be interested. Have you already cleared it with the school, or?
Do you know who I am? Of course not.
Like Apollyon cares what the school thinks.
You know what? I shouldn't be surprised.
Well, it's not like they'll do anything about it, really. Or ignore me, so.
Suppose that's fair.
Mm-hmm.
pausing on you guys. Back over to the book club. Pidge, you are just finishing up. Everybody is gathering their things, and you and Alex are getting ready to, I assume, head back to the garage to start working on something. I have no idea what your latest project has been after what I told you you've accomplished.
Give me a sec. I think there's one here.
Well, either way, while you're gathering your things, I think Matt, I told you, is the one. Let me double check. Yes, Mason. Mason runs up to you, and he has this he looks so eager, and he says, "Can I watch you and Alex work?"
Pidge looks over to Alex before smiling and trying her best to say sure, but there's bags in her eyes, and she's a bit frazzled.
He does not seem to notice that something is wrong with you. He is all too eager. He bounces and he's jumping around and he's like, yes, maybe something will blow up again.
So she's trying to say, she does say sure, but there's this pleading look in her eye as she's looking at Alex.
Alex is like, listen, champ, think maybe today isn't the best day to be working on things. And Mason's like, oh, come on. And they start getting into it at this point. What would you like to do? Or are you just gonna start heading out?
Yeah. Pidge is venting to Alex.
Mason, luckily for you, Owen has pulled Mason away because Owen wants to train. So you have ditched the Munchkin for now. And it is just you and Alex walking back to the garage. Alex has her fingers interlaced behind her head as she's walking in that kind of cool, collected way she always is. Very standoffish. Everybody, students kind of part and get out of her way as you guys pass by.
Just doing the Charlie Day ranting, with the hands waving and stuff.
Yeah.
Mostly complaining about the reports she's been getting from the squirrel squads, or the lack thereof.
Yeah, so you have not gotten anything at all.
Yeah. And it's driving her up a wall.
Alex is trying to say you, but saying, come on, what did you think was gonna happen? They're squirrels. Give them some time, they'll figure it out. I'm sure it's not that bad. I say, the DM screaming in the background, everything on fire.
Cuts back to fucking the squirrel squad being beaten to death.
I can all think of that TikTok where it's the penguin, the newt newt, and then it's the weird orchestral music in the background as war flashbacks happen.
God. Yeah.
So yeah, you guys are. Oh my god, you guys are walking back. Apollyon, Pridwin, where are you guys headed?
Where are we headed?
Good question. Is Apollyon leading Pridwin anywhere?
I don't know. You guys were just
They're
standing
kinda
there. I
staring
was
at
kind of
each other.
curious.
Alright, so here's my idea. We're gonna create a bunch of flyers and pass them around the school like you were doing before for a joint training program between me and you. And, we're going to train some students.
Alright, I was just kind of, handwriting those old flyers. I think we might need a bit of a better way to distribute them if we're doing a more official training program.
Alright, where's Liam?
He is not here at the moment. You do not know where he is. Neither do you know where Minerva is.
All right.
The only people you see, Sophia and Lorenzo's doors open, and you can hear a sewing machine and her writing things and mumbling to herself. Sophia is hard at work already. Lorenzo, you have no idea where he is. The only other person is Cody, who is back in the kitchen now that you have left. She still looks tense.
Let's go to the library. Maybe we can print something out there.
I suppose.
They do have
Very
printers.
well.
Yes.
So you guys start walking, and comically switching to camera B, you and Pridwin run into Alex and Pidge. Like in the courtyard area, kind of between all three locations.
All right. Yeah, he looks down and he says, "Oh, Pidge, Gabe has been looking for you like all day."
Before you're able to say that, all you hear is going, I know! The squirrels are squirrels. I know I need to give them time. It's just like, set a schedule. You go by that schedule. If you can't make it down at that time, you got it.
I don't think squirrels had schedules, Alex says, and then she stops and looks up at Apollyon, and just immediately the hard glare is back.
Oh.
And all the times you and Pridwin have both seen Alex, she has had a major disdain for your entire group, and I don't think either of you know why.
Yeah, we don't.
No, Pridwin would have no clue.
No, but you've definitely seen, like, absolute disgust coming from looks to your party.
There's something awfully... don't quote me on this, but it seems kind of racist, he says out loud.
The hard look on her face goes to, like, a death look.
Definitely racist.
Let's get out of here, Pidge, Alex says and starts walking past the two of you.
Gabe's looking for you, by the way.
He seemed rather urgent.
It is no sooner than you say this, than you hear, "There you are," from behind all of you. And turning, you see Gabriel approaching rapidly. And without wasting any pleasantries, he grabs you by the shoulder, Pidge, and says, "I need to speak with you urgently."
In her characteristic manner, just locks up and just stares.
I hope you're not a demon.
He gives you a hard look.
Hey, it's for her own good.
Pushes his glasses up. Is there somewhere more private you'd like to speak about this? I don't know if you want the rest of your friends hearing this.
Well, I'm gonna be leaving anyway, so you guys have utmost privacy.
Pidge's lockup just keeps getting worse.
Alex comes over, seeing this, grabs Gabriel's arm, pulls it off your shoulder, and butts in between the two of you. What the fuck is your problem, Gabe? You're scaring her. Don't you have any tact at all? Gabriel kind of takes a step back, realizes where he is, pushes his glasses up again. I'm sorry. That was not my intention. Alex is just berating him, and Gabriel is now stammering.
Is this what I should have done?
Please understand that even though she's been working with Gabriel, she still has an innate fear of him because of her last experience. Well, not last experience, but last major experience with him.
Which was what? Which experience are you
wielding?
Oh, right. I've totally forgot about that. Right, when you and Katya almost fucking died. That was a good time. Yeah, so, totally forgot about that. Yeah, so Alex is in between you, berating Gabriel. Gabriel is defending himself, looking a lot more like a small teenage boy than a man in this situation. And the two of you are watching this go down. And Pidge looks white as a ghost.
Pridwin, do you wanna go print out those flyers, or?
This is... I don't know if I should try to get involved or not.
Neither do I. I'm not sure exactly what's going on here. Gabriel, do you need help?
Um, no. Why would I need help? He says, straightening his collar.
Well, you're kind of getting chewed out by Alex. I was
It's
gonna say child, but I don't know if they're a child or not.
it's fine. Don't. Listen. I didn't mean to scare you, he says, correcting himself, taking a deep breath. I need to speak with you. Let's try this again. Would you like to go somewhere else to have a conversation with me so I can relay news that might or might not be of the urgent matter?
You can't really hear it, but there's the sound effect of gears grinding as Pidge does a very slow nod. Rusty gears.
Yep. You can see, like, the anime lines above her head moving downward. Good, he says, and looks around, and then there's, like, kind of like a bench on the side of the courtyard, and he, like, thumbs towards it and starts walking towards it. I'm assuming you follow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she does her best sulk.
Sulk. Got you. Okay, so, Pridwin, you and, Apollyon see the sulk walk, and you see that she looks very uncomfortable. Alex is standing there, fuming, but not following, waiting out of earshot.
What on earth is happening today?
I don't know. Everyone seems intense. Like, did you see Cody today? It was a little terrifying, to be honest.
You did not see Cody.
I didn't really have time to look at anybody before we headed out.
That's fair. Yeah, everyone's been sort of on edge today. I don't know why, but, you know.
I mean, I'd imagine it would be because of, our friends returning and then leaving again.
Could be.
What are you guys talking about? Alex says, giving you a look.
Pridwin, you know more about this than I do.
Just some friends came to visit, but, they were busy, so they had to head out again.
She does not believe a word you are saying.
Look, in the interest of not causing even more chaos, I'd rather not talk about it.
She squints at you and then sighs and turns away from you and says, everybody knows Redacted's into some shady shit, so par for the course, I guess.
Hey, shady is my business.
Exactly. Meanwhile, Gabriel has walked you over to this bench, and he pulls out a piece of paper, and he doesn't hand it to you, he's looking at it, and then he looks up at you and he says, do you know somebody by the name of Gemma Watson?
Jalapeno hamburger.
I'm sorry?
You want to get some pizza?
He stands there, blinking for a solid minute.
I'm gonna go order pizza. You mind if I go order pizza? I feel like I'm gonna go order pizza.
Listen, this woman has been contacting us for a couple days trying to find out if you're here. Now, I know, he looks around. I know what happened. I gave you a warning when you first got here. I'm one of the only professors that does know exactly what happened. If this is some kind of retaliation thing, I don't want to tell her that you're one of our students. I need to make sure that this is that you know her. She says it's extremely important and that it has to do with your family home. He checks the note again to make sure he's correct and then looks back up at you.
She takes a breath. She's staring off in the distance and then just sort of relaxes for a second and says, "What else? What kind of things did she say? Like, something specific. Words, exact phrasing."
He stammers for a minute. He. What do you mean?
How does she address me?
She called you Pidge, and she said that your home, your family home in South Dakota, something's happened there. She wouldn't give me too many details over the phone. I didn't want to indulge her and make her think that you were one of our students, just in case this was...
Did she describe the home?
I didn't give her the chance, really. She did say one thing. He's reading further on the notes that he clearly hand wrote when he took the call. She said something about a workshop, and that, what did she say? She would have a fresh batch out of the oven waiting for you. That was the last thing she told me.
Something up.
How does Pidge look right now, by the way? Because all three of them can see you guys having this conversation.
Pidge is white, like blood drained from her face, pale.
She ain't doing too hot.
And she's trying to. She's rubbing her temples, trying to think, because she clearly wants to avoid this.
Mm-hmm.
But
yeah, you can both of you actually roll me a d20, both of you. Out of curiosity, I want to see what you can read from this. I want to see it'll be like an insight check.
Yeah, okay.
18?
A 3.
You're too busy paying attention to Alex.
Yeah.
Alex looks like she wants to punch somebody, and she is highly considering it to be you. Pridwin, Pidge looks like she is about to ghost. She looks like she wants to run away from this situation and never come back. You haven't seen fight or flight like this in a hot minute in a normal social setting.
What on earth are they talking about?
That's it, Alex says and rolls up her sleeves and starts walking towards the two of them again.
Alex, I'm running you look like you want to punch somebody. See, I'm running a training program later, and if you want a sparring partner to hit, then I can get you one.
She turns to look at you, the fumes rising off of her.
I think this deal will suit you greatly.
I believe that we should probably not head over there. If she's receiving bad news, I think it would be best to give her space.
I'm not gonna let her just sit there like a piece of meat in front of a wolf while he tears into her like that. Alright? I'm not putting up with it, she says, turning back to them and starting to walk again.
Gabriel isn't that bad of a guy.
The fuck do you know about guys? Alex says, and you have never heard more ice in a woman's voice on this comment.
Well, I will have you know that I am bisexual.
She doesn't even deign to give that a response.
Oh dear. Should we head over there too, or is that going to make it worse?
Pidge, are you gonna run?
She she's she looks at Gabriel and is like, "Can I speak with her?"
I suppose, yes, I did write her number down here. And he tears off the bottom of the paper and hands you a phone number with a South Dakota area code.
She takes it, puts it into her modified PDA, and lets it ring for a second.
You're just gonna call her while you're standing there?
Yeah.
Okay. So it rings. And it rings. And it rings. And on the fourth ring, just as you're getting the sense that this is pointless and they're not gonna answer, it stops mid-ring. Hello?
Tries her best to put confidence in their voice, but there's obviously a shake there. Hey. Grandma.
Oh, thank the stars. I was so worried. I was afraid I might never find you. Gabriel looks up at you and mouths, "So you do know her." Raises his brow.
I'll just hear what Pidge said to her.
What'd you say?
Pidge had said, "Hey, Grandma," to to Gemma.
She heard it.
But
Gabriel also heard it. That was why he gave you the "so you do know her." As in like a "why the fuck didn't you just tell me the first time" kind of manner. What are you gonna say to her? Oh no. Sweetheart.
She's very obviously holding back from just trying to cut the call and run away.
You didn't read my letters, did you?
Internal screaming.
Maybe you'd best come here so I can explain it to you in person. It's not something I think you should hear over the phone. Regardless, I do need to tell you that your home was broken into a couple of days ago. I've tried my best to keep the vultures from picking anything off, but I need you to come home. I need you to come and deal with this. I can't do this by myself.
Have an inventory log.
What did you ask her?
Does she have an inventory log? She's trying her best not to let this get.
Dear, I don't have the slightest idea. That's why I need you here. I need you to come and take an inventory and see what was stolen, and if you can figure out why they came here in the first place. It would be Lovely to see you again.
I'll see what I can do.
Of course.
She says, I'll see what I can do, and then hangs up.
She, like, starts to say something and you cut her off. Gabriel has that kind of, like, a fist to his mouth, and he's trying to keep his expression unreadable.
Insight? Can I do an insight?
On him? Go ahead.
Yeah. 10.
You're not sure, but you're kind of getting the, "Ooh, this kid is messed up" vibe from him. Like, damn, something must have happened there. Like, he's just trying to keep his expression unreadable from you reading what he's thinking.
Pidge just gives him this look of, like, she's seen that expression so many times. And sulks back over to Alex.
Look, he holds out a hand in your direction. If you need to go home, I can arrange it. It's no trouble. We don't have any flights going out today.
Yeah. Let's go.
All right, I'll make the necessary arrangements. He turns away from you and starts typing some things onto his PDA. Alex, who was momentarily distracted with Apollyon, is walking towards you when you get done with this, and she says, "Did he do something? Did he hurt you? I'll beat his ass." You know very well that Alex cannot beat Gabriel's ass. You also know that she would try regardless.
Mm-hmm. Paige is trying to say it's okay, but she's obviously shaking.
You just see Alex's teeth, like, are grinding together. Fredwin, Apollyon, what would you like to do?
What are we going to do?
Goodwin just looks over at Apollyon and says, Should we talk to her?
Should we? We could.
I feel like this is probably something important.
Well, you lead the way then.
Fredwin will, begin heading over there.
So you're being approached by the guys as well.
Before she can finish whatever she was trying to say to Alex, like she's like trying to say something about it. She sees Pridwin coming up, and she just clamps right up.
And you see this. You see every second of that, Pridwin.
Fredwin will, also freeze up, noticing this, and say, I'm sorry, I'm just going to go.
Hold on, Alex says. I'm sick of this. I'm sick of the two of you being on a fucking team and the way she reacts when you're in the room. So I don't know what the fuck you did, but you need to fix it, she says, getting into your face. You, thankful that Lunala is not here, lest there be an absolute catfight in the courtyard right now.
Fredwin puts up his hands and he says, I don't know either.
Bullshit.
I...
Cause whatever that is, she says, pointing at Pidge, it's not fucking normal.
Look at me. Fredwin is going to take his helmet off so that he can look her straight in the eyes and say, I genuinely do not know what I could have done.
Well, then you better figure it out.
Pidge, please, could you just tell me what's wrong so that I can try to right it?
Yeah. Despite what she's been doing, hiding and running away and all that, she's making clear eye contact with you. And she's got her mouth open to say stuff, but she isn't able to say anything. No words come out.
You see what I mean? Alex says, gesturing again.
Quickly pulls up her PDA and types some things into it, and Predwin gets a message.
Ridwin will look at the message.
Would you like to type what you are typing? I don't think I have like an actual text chat. Let me make, hold on. Here. There you go. There's a new group text log in the important information. Just specify, like, who it's to at the beginning of your messages. That way people don't get confused. So,
Ridwin,
you get this.
will open his mouth and then close it again. And he'll begin typing on his PDA too.
Apollyon, you have no idea what's going on. You've just watched two people open their mouths, close them, and then start typing, and they're having a full-on text conversation while standing like 2 feet away from each other.
Yeah, he's absolutely confused.
Alex looks at you and goes, What the fuck are they doing?
I have no idea.
Okay.
First sound, nothing. And then just pulls up the hood, pulls it closed.
This is an intervention. Alex says, getting behind you and grabbing your shoulders.
I've never seen this happen before. These millennials and their technology.
Alex leans down and murmurs in your ear, You're not running away this time. You're gonna have this conversation. Otherwise, I'm not gonna leave you alone, and you don't want that, right?
Just having flashbacks to trying to get sleep the other night, and someone just staring at her window.
She says, so pretend like we're just some of your bombs on your workbench, because I know you be talking to them all the time, because I hear it all the time. So just pretend like we're them.
Don't bring that in confidence.
Does Apollyon hear this whispering?
Yes, you hear all of it.
Yeah, he looks down and he says, "Okay, many questions. What the fuck? Are, are you stalking Pidge?
I don't stalk people, Alex says plainly.
Huh. Okay. Right.
Would it help if we make them look cuter? Alex says, looking at you, Pidge.
I think they have major problems.
I'm sorry, what?
You've got some spray paint on you? I left mine in my bag.
Always. She says, reaching into her bag, pulling out like multiple cans of spray paint.
I don't know what they're plotting, but I am out of here. He's Apollyon's gonna do the peace sign and he's gonna just fucking disappear. I'm gonna roll for that.
Wait, don't leave me here!
Hold on, I'm getting numbers for this. Oh, I haven't even opened the Apollyon sheet.
Apollyon, don't leave me here!
Okay, here it is. Alright, what's my presence at right now? Alright, that is a 36.
Oh my
no.
god. Yeah, Apollyon just pieced.
Yeah, did the peace.
It's literally the fucking peace sign and then just slowly fades away.
Yup, that's exactly what it was. 100%. And Pridwin, you are now standing alone with Alex and Pidge, who are holding cans of spray paint.
Ridwin just like double takes to where Apollyon was and he looks back and he says, what are you doing?
So a 19 plus 17 is a 36 in presence.
Wait, is
Would
that a...
that be the ability to see as well?
Apollyon would have left, but I mean, it is a match.
I know.
Yeah, it is a match though. What does DM say?
Yes, I guess? I
As
guess
you're leaving, you just see
technically.
a bit of a wave.
You see Apollyon fucking tiptoeing around a corner.
Like the old
Well,
cartoons
okay.
of like Tom and Jerry where he's doing that creep into the closet, like that's Apollyon.
Yeah, I'm
God.
all for this, but wouldn't it be a counter skill, not the same skill?
Probably. I don't.
I mean, is there
Yeah.
even like a perception skill in the skill list?
That's true.
Yeah, that's why I was using presence as the detection as well.
That's fair.
Oh god. I
'Cause
don't
we
know.
don't-
Either way, Pitch was
Well,
just
we can
waving
worry
at
about
you.
him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's in cat form as he's going away. He like the hairs on Apollyon's like fur stand up as he turns.
For some reason, Pitch is looking directly at you.
Yeah. He's out. He's running away.
So, what would you like to do?
So you know all the graffiti and stuff in Arcane that Jinx does?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Pridwin becomes an embodiment of that graffiti.
I'm sorry. Hang on. This is spray paint.
Uh-huh.
Ah, shit.
Don't worry, it's water-based.
Okay, if he can wash it off, he won't fight back.
You can wash it off later.
Yeah, it's not house paint.
There's a harrowed look in his eyes, watching his family heirloom be defaced.
Better,
Is that-
Alex says, gesturing to him.
Did Alex even like take notice of Apollyon just up and just disappearing?
No, Alex is too focused on Pidge right now.
That's fair.
See? He's just like the stuff on your workbench. Now tell him what's wrong.
Pidge is looking at Pridwin. She's looking at all the lines that she drew and stuff, the paint.
Mhm.
And she just says, "You're the second closest friend I have here. And you know a lot that I don't want you to know."
Fredwin clears his throat. He was not expecting that. I'm sorry. What? What is it that you do not want me to know?
Oh, thank God he doesn't. She says that under her breath and is like, "Okay, come up with something convincing on. I like peanut butter on my toast. That's it.
I,
That's what I didn't want you to know."
Alex gives you a hard look.
I know that isn't it. Pidge, I will keep whatever you say to me confidential.
It's not everyone else finding out. This is a dumb idea. I'm not.
Pidge. If I may, it sounds like there is something that you're having trouble confronting. I do not know what it is or why it may be, but I can understand the feeling. And
She
believe
puts her hands into her face and starts pacing.
believe
This is why
me,
I didn't want to. This is why I didn't want to. This right here. How are you acting right now? Am I?
How
Am I
might
Pidge? Am I the person that blows stuff up? The person that helps with the conventions? The person that gets into a little bit of trouble, but generally is able to scrape by? The person who helps where she can and has some sort of crazy drink available? Am I that Pidge right now to you?
when tilts his head at that and he says, Pidge, you
Or am I the person that you feel the need to help?
Pidge,
That you pity?
I do not pity you. I do not pity anyone. Well, most anyone. I wish to help because you're my friend and my teammate. Because you are, Pidge. you're going through doesn't change my opinion of you. And I want to help because you've helped me and because you're part of the family.
Then promise me you won't change that.
Fridwin will get down on his knee and put his hands to his heart and say, I, Sir Pridwin of the Rhizostomas, vow as a knight that will never change. No matter what you've done in your past, present, or future. I promise to support you as you have supported me. And I promise to be there when you need me. I do not break my vows.
Pidge is barely holding back tears, and she just says, I could use your help.
Of course. What do you need me to help you with?
Going home.
Of course. Very well then. Fridwin will stand up and say, when are you planning to head out?
Pidge looks up at Alex and then over at Gabriel and shrugs.
Gabriel, it's right around this time that he finishes what he's doing, walks back over to you, and says, "How soon can you be ready?"
Pidge has a bag full of stuff that she has prepared and Eon on her shoulder with Ein around her in about 2 seconds.
Right. I can grab my stuff and drive you to the airfield in 5. Good for you?
I could get ready to go in that amount of time, yes. I'll have to let my wife know that I'm leaving. Would you be opposed to her accompanying me? Pidge.
She's very clearly nervous about it, but she's like, no problem. Forcing a bit of a smile.
If you prefer it to be just us.
Pridwin imagining trying to explain to the astral jaguar that they have to go in separate areas.
Yeah. If you prefer it to be just me accompanying you, then I will not.
No. I don't want you to have to keep secrets about this.
I wouldn't keep it secret. I would tell her that I have to leave, but
No. Anything that happens, I don't want you to have to lie to
I
her
see.
about.
All right. Is there anyone else you would like to accompany you, or should it just be us three?
It turns to Alex.
Alex is looking at you,
You
giving
want
you
to see a
this
really?
kind of half smile because she's like just witnessed a breakthrough.
You want to see a really cool workshop?
Yeah. Not gonna lie, and you're not gonna like this. I think we should bring the asshole with us, just in case.
He's good at getting us out of tough scrapes.
I mean,
Yes.
he's good at stabbing things too, from what I've heard.
Yeah, he's also good at getting us into tough scrapes. So.
I mean, that is true.
Yeah.
I'll just beat the shit out of him if he causes problems, though.
Which
If-
All right. Well,
If we're expecting a fight, and I'm assuming you're referring to Apollyon, he is quite instrumental in most fights. I could go get him. He's probably at the library.
yeah, get him as well. Just you know what? I'm okay with it because is it Abaddon? Is that her name?
yeah.
Yeah.
Because Abaddon would really love to see that workshop.
Very well.
Apollyon in the library sneezes. I think somebody's talking about me.
Okay.
I'll go get Apollyon and then get ready, wake up my wife, but we should be there soon.
So, you head to the library. Apollyon,
Apol-
you are in the library, I assume.
Yeah, he is printing flyers.
Redwin will. When he arrives at the library, he has not had the opportunity to clean his armor off.
Nope, you're covered in graffiti.
Apollyon does know technology well, so you probably see him just printing, you just see a bunch of papers shooting out onto the floor out of the printer.
He's like tapping the computer with the. He's like tapping the fucking thing like an old man.
He says, "I got the printer working and the flyers copying, but I don't know how to get it to stop."
It's not even printing flyers anymore. It's printing I'm an asshole, and Kale is like smirking to himself in the corner watching this all go down.
Oh dear.
This.
Redwin's gonna go over and help. Pidge needs us for an important, personal matter.
Alright. He's like looking him up and down with a spray pan on him. He's just gonna say, scene
Do
better-
not comment it.
Okay. Well, I'll be down to accompany you. I will need to do some briefing with my shadow first, but afterwards, I mean, I'm fully free.
Yes, it would probably be a good idea to let her know that we're going to be busy. Possibly for at least a day or more.
Alright.
I'm going to be waking Lunala up, but I was told we were meeting to leave in 5.
Alright. I will go speak with Sophia and grab some things, and then I will go meet up with my shadow. I will meet you guys wherever you guys end up converging.
Fredwin will nod, and after helping Apollyon turn the fences off,
Yeah.
he'll head out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Apollyon's gonna grab his flyers, then he's going to head back to the cabin. On the way, he's going to be placing the flyers.
God. Okay. So you all head back to the cabin real quick.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so he's gonna go up to Sophia and see her progress.
Sophia is not even close to done. This is gonna take her a while.
Alright. Um,
Like a couple days.
Alright. Let me think. Yeah, he is going to then go to the crater and meet with Mara, like he said he would.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, as he walks into the crater, he calls out saying, "Mara, are you there?"
It's almost like she manifests in front of you.
Ah, you're learning already. Excellent. Um,
She is like drenched in sweat, by the way.
what have you been up to?
She kind of wipes an arm across her forehead and then gets back into her, ready, kind of at ease position and doesn't say anything. Just kind of looks up at you patiently.
You can speak, you know. I'm not going to kill you.
Working. Out.
Alright, well, good to know. I have a urgent mission to attend to, but first I wanted to do some briefing first for the beginning of your shadow training.
Okay.
He's going to just sort of pace around, and he says, "Are you ready?"
Always.
Alright. I'm going to begin your first training as a shadow. Like the other shadows that came before you, there is one rule that you must follow of utmost importance. You are always to get within my shadow, become my eyes and ears. Rule number 2, despite your position, do not value my life over your own. If you are ever in a position where you must choose my life over that of your own, choose your own. Those are the first rules that you must follow, and really the bulk of your training as a shadow.
She squints at this second rule, almost like it doesn't compute to her.
See, the biggest thing you must know as a shadow is loyalty to not only myself, but yourself.
This is a very hard concept for her to grasp.
I'm going to be gone, so take some time off to figure out what that means to you. And keep an eye on the cabin for me.
She nods.
Understood. I will see you when I get back.
So, you have this conversation while this is happening. Pridwin, you, Pidge, and Alex make it back to the cabin. You see, the only person out and about right now is actually Cody, who is pacing in the kitchen and, like, stress baking. Which is
Cody.
not something you're used to seeing from her. She's usually the calm and collected one.
Is everything alright?
Yep, everything is fine. Everything is fine. I'm not going to worry about it.
I was told that everybody was stressed about something. Can I ask what it is?
Nope, you don't need to know. It is not important to whatever you were going to do right now. Just it's fine. She says, stirring something and then going to something else and stirring it. She's baking like 3 separate things at once, and she just keeps going back and forth between them.
Oh, I know this. I know this. Keep badgering her with questions. That'll certainly solve the problem.
Fridwin will look from Pidge over to Cody, and then back to Pidge, and back at Cody, and say, I don't think that will make things better.
He's just giving you a blank stare.
Well, we have business to attend to. We're probably going to be gone for a little while.
Great. Good luck. Hope it goes well, she says, turning her back to you, clearly trying to just not.
Ooh, is that blueberry muffin?
Yes, it is, she says, like, reaching without looking at you, pushing a plate toward you. There are some already baked.
Everyone just nods, concerned.
Apollyon would be heading towards the cabin now, by the way.
Pidge is eating one of the muffins and getting out a little tray for eyeing with a few nuts and bolts.
As you're doing this, Liam comes out of he and Minerva's room, grabs one of the muffins, takes a bite out of it, pauses to glance up at you, Pridwin, and goes, "Yeah, you don't wanna mess with that. You don't wanna touch it with a 10-foot pole." He says and starts walking outside.
What on earth is happening?
She's having some panic attack about her boyfriend. He kind of pauses in the doorway to lean against the doorframe, munching on the muffin.
Cody has a boyfriend?
Bro, it's the only reason she's in the cabin in the first place. You don't know that? She and this Isamu guy are like two of the original people from this team.
Oh. Nobody ever told me about. I don't even think I've met Isamu before.
You have seen him around. He actually was on the theater mission.
Pridwin wasn't there for
Was
that.
Pridwin not there for the theater mission?
No.
Damn.
No, Pridwin missed all of the crazy shit.
Shit, okay.
Immediately after the theater mission is when Pridwin came.
Gotcha, okay. But he has been, like, I have mentioned that his character has been out and about, like, just to say hey, but you have no idea where he's been, to be fair.
Yeah. Pidge still has a red wire board about Isamu and a few of the other cabin members.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, y'all have not checked in on Isamu or what he's been up to. The only person you've really gotten to interact with is Cody, so it makes sense that Pridwin is very fucking confused.
Yeah.
Literally, one of the very original members of the team aren't even in the party anymore. It's the Ship of Theseus thing.
Man.
Yep.
Here, I'll be right back. Pridwin's going to go wake up, Lunala.
Gotcha. So, Apollyon, you walk into the cabin as Liam is walking out of it, eating a muffin.
Who died?
The fuck are you talking about? He says, lowering the muffin.
Okay.
Who else died?
That's a fair point.
Did I miss something? He grabs his PDA, starts scrolling through it with the muffin in his mouth so he can use both hands.
Well, I don't have any answers for you. Good luck with your muffin, though.
There's nothing here. What? You can't just say that and walk away, he says. Hang on, he says, following you back inside. Who the fuck died? What do you mean? Cody stops, turns around, and says, "Somebody died?"
I was asking you that. I wasn't saying that anyone died. Did someone die?
No, I thought you asking that meant that something, that you had heard somebody died, and I got worried.
I don't know. He just shrugs.
What is going on? Cody says and looks at you, and you see just the look of like irritation and worry flooding her. She's like pressing a thing of like butter towards you, Pidge, to put on your muffin.
I should be asking you that question, Cody.
What are you talking about?
What's going on?
I don't know what you're referring to. Her eyes twitching.
But you do.
She pauses for a second, and then she just starts moving about the kitchen again and says, "It's not important."
This sounds pretty important.
It's not like any of you care about him anyways.
Well,
Liam goes, "I don't," and turns around and walks out the door.
well, I don't know him, but I'd care if you tell me.
Look. Isamu has been dealing with some family issues as of late, and has had to make several trips back. And I'm usually with him on those trips.
Last time I had family issues, I killed my father.
She opens her mouth and then closes it again.
Maimed my father.
Look, I don't know what's going on, but between the Russian branch going dark and everything happening in Japan, I'm worried for him. I'm worried for his family, and I know that he'd rather be there than here right now. He's barely eating, he's so stressed. I suppose I'm overcompensating a little bit.
Well, definitely check in on him when you can, or if you can. You never know when he sort of just stops and looks away.
You want to finish that? She says, and she's giving you a very hard look.
Don't worry about it. I suppose we both have our secrets. Anyway.
Is there anything you would like to do, Pidge, before you leave? Alex is mad chillin'. She's got her bag over her shoulder.
God, eyeing his food and oil.
Gonna be honest, man, there's only so much I could do without a Meister, you know? She kind of shrugs her shoulders a little bit.
Would you like a Meister? He says, reaching out his hand.
Alex eyes you warningly. Don't you fucking touch me.
It was just a friendly gesture.
Friendly my ass, she says, and puts distance between you and her.
Well, mostly friendly.
Give me a second, guys.
Yeah. Alright. I'm the only one here.
Hi!
Hi. Huh.
Yeah, you guys haven't checked in on Isamu in a hot minute.
We have not. Yeah, and...
Feel free to pester Cody some more if you want to try and find out what the shenanigans will be at midnight tonight when Cyrus gets here.
Yeah. Apollyon looks over at Cody and he says, "So, this Isamu fellow, I've never really gotten the opportunity to speak with him before."
You know, he used to be the leader of this group, right? It's kind of a power struggle between him and Soma for a while.
So, I've heard a few things about the quote-unquote original group, but mostly just rumors.
But he used to be partners with that girl.
What girl?
She was awful. This firecracker always had to have it her way. She was from the Japan branch as well. Someone told me she commandeered him. Took one look at him and decided that he was going to be the one that she wielded. He also told me that she burned him out when it nearly killed him. That was why they couldn't be partners anymore.
What was this person's name?
It was some Japanese name. I think it started with a K.
Apollyon was in Soma's brain dive. So,
Yes, he was.
yeah, he looks and he says, would that be Kamiko?
That's the one. Pink-haired gal. Little tiny thing. But a Spitfire.
And a demon?
I wouldn't know anything about that.
I learned about it from Soma's memories.
Why would she be in Soma's memories? I mean, they were on a team together, but...
That was the question, but then we found out that they're siblings. Regretfully so, according to Soma.
Oh my god, they made a joke about that ages ago.
Really?
Because they look so much alike. I can't believe that it was actually true. Unless someone will get a laugh out of that.
I bet he would. This old crew has definitely been through a lot, huh? Seeming as they've been pseudo-replaced by a new one.
You have no idea.
Tell me the story. If you can.
What story? Story of how a bunch of young, happy, innocent teenagers thought they were going to be warriors. Went out on their first mission and half of them didn't come back. You don't want to hear that story.
I've heard a lot of tragedies in the centuries I've been alive.
That's what happens when you're a soldier. We all knew what we signed up for when we came to this academy in the first place. It's in the paperwork.
Do we know who is behind all of this?
Behind the disappearances. Well, last I checked, there was a witch involved that was never apprehended. She's the reason that 2 of them disappeared. If I'm not mistaken, at least one of them was taken as a prisoner.
I heard about that.
And I couldn't really tell you about the others. I wasn't part of the group back then. I didn't actually start interacting with Asamo until, well...
After?
She nods.
I see. Soma has been chasing the mysteries of that first mission for a long time. He's...
Can you
sort of-
blame him?
He's torn himself down over it a lot, I've noticed.
It destroyed half of them. I think that was the first time all of those first years realized that when they had to make their own wills, when they enrolled here, that was serious. I think that was the first time they realized that death was viable and on the table. I suppose it's something better to learn early on in this line of work, but I don't know.
Uh-huh. I see.
Either way, I think the last time the pink-haired girl was seen was on the mission where you brought Little Bit back. Speaking of Little Bit, I haven't seen Katya around here in a while. I'm starting to get worried about her.
I think, well, I will say, Soma and Katya took sort of a, how should I say it, trip somewhere else.
He came back, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
She sighs and looks away.
Same with that blue-haired girl.
Of course. They're never far apart. You know, I took care of her when she was first quarantined.
You don't say.
I was working in the medical office. You know, the twins, the nurses that run the place.
Uh-huh.
Kind of like my parents. Impromptu moms. Anyway, I've spent my whole life in there. Someone was actually the one who brought me out into the sun for the first time in years.
I see. You cherish that one. It seems like he means a lot to you.
I don't plan on letting him go anytime soon.
Good.
That's why this business in Japan is what bothers me.
Tell me about this business in Japan. Do you know anything about it?
There are students going missing. I know, shocking, right? It seems like it's happening everywhere. First, the South American branch gets attacked. Fucking Russia's gone dark. And now students in Japan, too? Thing is, the higher-ups don't know anything about it. And, quite frankly, I think it's strange because it seems like only American students are the ones going missing.
They're targeting them.
Seems so. But the thing is, the only reason I know about it is because of Isamu's sister. She contacted him. Well, us, we're on a group chat together. Seems like there's chatter going around on the underground channels at the Japan branch, and I think the students are involved in something they shouldn't be, and that's why they don't feel like they can report it. Either way, exchange students disappearing is bad. Especially when you consider that Isamu's sister is dating one of them.
I see.
I don't know if she's one of the ones that's been taken or not. All I know is Isamu hasn't come out of his room since he found out about it. Frankly, I wouldn't be surprised if he tried to make his way back there.
Keep an eye on him. As I was trying to say earlier, you never know when the next time you see them is your last.
Please don't say that. Please, I'm begging you. I can't handle losing another one. Not yet.
From experience, cherish them as much as you can.
Liam, who has been hovering in the background, goes, "God damn, that got dark." Cody, grabbing a spatula, chucks it at him. "I thought you left!" He runs out the door again.
You know, the reason I'm even here still alive today is, well, I wouldn't have been here today, to be honest. It was an event that was the last time I saw the person I loved. Well, no, they're now dead, but, you know.
She eyes you suspiciously. I didn't think demons could love.
It took time, centuries even, but it is possible. I mean, look at Soma.
Soma's a special case. You can't help but wonder if his human side is where his emotions come from. But I suppose that's harsh of me saying that demons aren't capable of feeling real emotions. I wouldn't know. You are a strange bunch, though.
I was sort of forced out here against my will thanks to a particular death scythe.
A death scythe.
Or, I suppose, a Meister that wields one, Sophia.
Huh. She's a piece of luck.
Right?
I've crossed paths once or twice when she's brought people into us, but I kept my distance.
Good you should.
Welcome back, you two. Fredwin! You walk into your room. Your wife is dead asleep. It is the middle of the day. It is not the time she is usually awake.
Oh.
At least
He's gonna
she's
take
no
it.
longer in her astral form, but as you walk closer, you do see that her fingertips are still claws.
God. He's gonna try and gently take her awake.
She doesn't wake up.
Oh boy.
I've rolled every time.
Am I going to have to do this every time? He just picks her up and lifts her over his shoulder.
You pick her up and you realize that Lunala is like just in one of your shirts.
Oh dear.
She starts grumbling as you pick her up. You can feel her claws like kneading into your back a little bit. Not quite piercing.
Lunala, we have work to do.
5 more minutes.
She's trying to
We
hit the button on Fridwin.
we do not have 5 more minutes.
Why? She says. Her face scrunches up.
Pidge needs our help.
Okay.
He will set Lunala back down.
She yawns, does the full, like, lion yawn, and you can see her teeth still, her canines extended. She stretches, and then she gets up half awake and starts, like, pulling on her usual clothes. So, you guys have assembled back in the hallway. A very sleepy looking Lunala, kind of half leaning on Pridwin.
Go and pack a prototype that she's wanting to test, but she does need to talk to Pridwin or Gabriel.
Okay. Well, you got Prid, and you'll have a flight there, so... you guys, now that your group is assembled, you start walking towards, the garage. Liam, who is hovering outside, starts walking with you and goes, "Where are you guys off to?"
There is some personal business that Pidge needs us to attend to.
You gonna, tell your sister you're leaving? She's, like, not gonna be happy about it, and I'm not gonna be the one to tell her.
I will. Well, where is Minerva?
She and Lorenzo said something about training somewhere. He kind of gestures in the direction of the lake.
Training by the lake.
I don't think they're by the lake, he says.
In the lake. That's something that they did a couple times back home.
I remember when I called hanging out in the lake training.
They're siblings, Liam says, turning to you aggressively.
Pridwin just...
I thought they were talking about Liam and Minerva, but I'm sticking
No!
with
No, Liam's the one you're talking to!
Right.
Pridwin just has his hands in his face in his hands.
Yeah.
What in God's
Pidge is over here going, I'm only 15, but even I know what skinny dipping is.
What on
You don't think
Uh,
they would
siblings.
You don't think she'd skinny dip without me, do you? Oh my god. Liam just takes off running.
Oh no.
The good old days.
So you guys start walking toward the garage. You get there, and Gabriel is leaning against the side of the Jeep, tossing the keys up and catching them, and chit-chatting with Lizzie and Maisie. All three of them look up at you. Wow, that's it?
Is it? Pidge? Need anything else?
Counting the people. There was a
Also,
conversation that Alex was having earlier with Pidge when I had to leave. And I don't believe we resolved that one, other than the fact that she won't be as much help without a maester.
Yeah, all she just mentioned that offhanded. You also know that Alex can take care of herself, though.
Yeah. So Pidge isn't worried, but we got Apollyon, Pidge, Pridwin, and Lunala. I think that's everyone, right?
Yep. And Alex.
Yeah. So basically, three
Alex.
whole pairs,
Yeah.
and then plus Alex.
So you guys load up and begin the drive. The rather short drive to the airfield that the DWME uses. And you guys load up onto one of those jets that you guys have taken many times before. It is the same pilot and flight attendant with the cute French accent. She greets you as she normally does and gestures you guys to your seats. She seems kind of surprised that it's such a small group, but she doesn't say anything. And you guys take off. Is there anything you guys want to talk about while you were flying? It will not be a long flight.
question. Would Apollyon have suddenly disappeared at any point?
On the drive? Yeah. Actually, it probably would have happened the first time on the flight.
Yeah.
Just reappears covered in bug guts.
So what I would like to say happens is that suddenly there's this faint green glow emanating from Apollyon's wrist, and he looks down and he says, "Oh shit!" And then he just suddenly gets torn through a rift and disappears.
He's just gone.
What
What the fuck? Alex says and climbs over the seat away.
Fredwood was like mid-sip of water, just spits it out. What the hell just happened?
Lunala's eyes get really big and she goes, "Whoa, cool."
Hang on, did I... Apollyon just...
Yep.
disappeared.
Pidge grabs a notebook,
He didn't
flips
just
it through a few pages, and starts scribbling stuff.
he didn't just disappear. A rift got torn behind him and sucked him through like a vacuum.
Is that how he does it? Is this the first... Is this how he teleports?
No, I think it's different. Lunala says she's now poking at the area where the rift was. Almost like she's running her fingers on it.
You guys would have noticed the faint glow on his wrist.
Yeah, Pridwin was getting ready to say something when he got sucked through.
Weird.
Wait, was it some sort of his wrist started glowing? Do you think it was some sort of deal he made?
Well, it would make sense.
That's with the bad end of a contract.
Did he break a contract?
He probably deserved it. Alex says, sitting back down in her seat.
I mean, probably, but still.
I ain't worried about it. He'll come back. He always does. It's a thing about cockroaches. She goes back into the notebook she's writing in as well.
He's going to Oh, yes?
Could you make me some holy water?
I could, certainly.
I totally forgot that he could do that, you lucky dog. God damn it. Oh no, what have I created? What have I created?
What's going on? I'm confused.
Ah,
I know exactly what this is for.
God damn it.
Listen, I'm
Fridwin did say
I'm going
if at
to make
any
it so
point
that
you
I
need
can
to-
only use one of these per mission. So,
Okay, alright.
Fridwin
like,
did
it takes
also
a special casing.
Right,
Fridwin
yeah.
did also say that he would give Pidge as many bottles of holy water as she wanted, as long as she asked, because she kept stealing bottles from him.
Yeah, it's true.
How many bottles do you need?
Pidge checks. I think one will do. This time.
Of
This
course.
time. Alex
Um,
mouths.
Fridwin will produce a bottle and offer it to her.
You know, I'm a bottle of holy water.
And she will be busy trying to get it into
The casing.
the casing.
Okay.
I'm assuming, round ball with a cross on top.
Oh no, this is something entirely different.
Oh boy.
Pidge has been very busy in y'all's absence.
Oh no.
I thought this was the holy hand grenade.
No, it's worse.
No, that takes a little bit more work.
Oh boy.
That's gonna take more work. No, this
It's worse.
this came about through some experimentation.
It's much worse.
I'm very curious
I'm
now.
horrified. Apollyon should be horrified. Apollyon should better hope that they never go up against Pidge.
Yeah.
If I may ask, what are you using all of this for?
Oh, you want to see?
I very much would.
So you remember when Katya got attacked by wolves, and we got attacked by a werewolf?
Which time? Lunala says!
Yes, I was about to say which time. I do recall the first time she got kidnapped by the werewolves, or the regular wolves that were being controlled by werewolves.
Do you remember the sniper in that situation?
Oh, you mean that one? Salem. No.
Didn't Liam get, like, totally fucked up or something, Alex says?
He did die. But he got better.
Yeah. He got better. Jericho. Do you remember Jericho?
That's the name. Yes, he was the rat.
I thought he was a
Yeah.
werewolf, Alex says.
Metaphorically speaking.
Oh.
I punched a hole through his chest.
Yeah.
Alex
shot his
just
throat out.
blinks.
With a silver bullet.
But
I need
yes,
to make silver bullets.
Pidge is already scribbling notes again.
Anyway, do you remember what he shot?
it was a rifle that I see.
Pidge holds out a syringe casing.
That is horrifying.
Uh-huh.
And considering that a lot of our enemies have black blood issues.
Uh-huh.
She's just giving him a look.
I'll let Bruce know when Apollyon appears.
Fridwin is also giving a look.
What was the first time that Apollyon got yeeted? Was that just when he was...
It was at the radio tower when they were fighting wasps. It was the first time they fought.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And you landed on the bug. He got absolutely splattered.
Yeah, okay, so yeah, he appears all of a sudden, like mid-conversation, just covered in bug guts.
And snow.
What?
And snow.
What in the world happened to you?
Russia. Magic.
I'm sorry. You just got teleported to Russia?
Yeah.
Pridwin looks over to Pidge.
Pidge is at both times flooded with questions and yet wondering at the bug guts.
Hang on. Did you say something about squirrels?
Magic squirrel, and there was a few other ones too, but they weren't magic.
Pridwin looking back over to Pidge. What? Why are you covered in green?
Oh, this, right. We were fighting wasps.
Wasps?
Yeah.
In the Russian tundra?
Exactly.
What?
Let's just say it was the shit end of a deal. Have you ever read a Tosca?
You mean the Pridwin's like snapping his fingers, the messenger from the Norse mythology?
Yes, them.
The little rat from the video game?
Yes, so a few centuries ago I made a deal with him. I should have never grown that Clyfoth tree.
I'm sorry, what?
It's long story.
I see. I'm sorry. What on earth was happening in Russia? We've been trying to figure out what's going on over there for
I haven't
a
heard
while
from my
now.
babies in weeks.
Polyon, you don't know.
Yeah, he doesn't know. Yeah, he looks at me and says, I don't know. They just summoned me to fight some wasps, and then I disappeared after killing the last one.
Hang on, the wasps. What about the wasps? Why are there wasps in Russia?
Beats me. There was also a talking cat.
A talking cat?
Kind of par for the course, wouldn't you say? Lunala says, looking at you.
Well,
Yeah, that is
Yeah.
pretty par for the course. Oh boy. That is something we're going to have to keep note of.
Did you know that all of your squirrels talk?
I mean, we knew that they could. We just didn't know that you could talk to them.
Yes.
Yeah.
Side effects of being half cat.
I've been working with Echo for like a month now. And you didn't mean to bring this up once? There's this stress twitching.
Her eyes starts twitching violently.
I didn't know any of this would happen, but
Do you know if that's going to happen again?
Well, seeming as his magic is based on pure chaos, who knows?
Oh boy. Well, next time you wind up there, if you do, you should probably ask what's going on.
Oh, we'll see. We'll see what happens.
It's about this time that you feel the plane descending. Already. Looking at the windows, you see as the sun is setting, the landscape of South Dakota greets you. The hills and the beautiful forests. The plane lands and it smells like it has just rained as you guys are unloading. You will be walking. This is a tiny rural airstrip. Town is right there.
This is rustic.
Man, you came from here? Alex says, shouldering her bag.
I haven't been here in a while.
You can see that hill over there? Got a lot of training with a rifle up there. You can see pretty much all the way around.
Alex nods approvingly. So, are you heading into town, or are you hesitating, Pidge?
Pidge picks up Ein and nods to the group before shakily taking steps forward towards the town.
Nice. So y'all grab your things. You start walking, and you enter into a pretty much. You know how like all of small town America kind of follows the same copy. They all have like that one main street.
Yeah.
And it always looks the same with the brick build. Okay, that's this town. That is this town for sure. Same difference. You guys are kind of walking through it, and Pidge starts to lead you in a direction that goes out of town on a trail that leads toward the hills. When all of a sudden, you hear a sharp voice calling out in your direction. Oh shit! Look who's back! Instantly, the voice fills you with anxiety.
Ducking behind the nearest person bigger than me, which is most people.
Yeah, I would say probably Pridwin is the closest to you.
Right?
You
Everyone's
see
pretty tall.
these three girls, and the one in the letter jacket is coming forward, and she kind of smacks her gum, and she goes, "Holy shit! Can't believe you're here." One of the girls behind her goes, "Quick, somebody call the bomb squad!" Yeah, better have EMS on standby. Maybe we can actually save one of her victims this time.
Apollyon walks forward and he says, I would recommend you keep your tone down.
Why? What are you gonna do?
Well, I wouldn't harm you physically, but there's no rules against mentally.
Butt out, old dude. We're trying to talk to this little brat.
He's gonna, like, step forward enough so that they're in his terror radius.
They feel... You can see the spine chill take effect on them, but it only hardens the anger in their eyes. They have a visceral reaction to your fear. It makes them meaner. I thought we told you to stay the fuck out of our town, the one with the scarf says, leaning around Apollyon to look in your direction. Yeah, one smith was bad enough.
Pidge pulls her hat down. She puts the goggles on, actually, and just stares at Ein.
Oh my god, is that a fucking electric dog? That is so fucking sad. You had to build your own friends?
It's a lot more impressive than anything you three have ever done.
What would you know? You know shit. We run this town.
You run this town.
Yeah. So you might as well do whatever the fuck you're gonna do, and then get out. Nobody wants you here. There's nothing here for you. Got it?
Apollyon doesn't like this, so, I want to do something.
Okay.
I want to cast Paranoia on one of them.
Which one?
Whichever one is being the most rude.
The ringleader is definitely the one in the in the letter jacket.
Okay, yeah, so he's gonna target her and then cast Paranoia.
Okay, remind me what the fuck Paranoia does.
This person is, on a failed wisdom saving throw, the person is subjected to a lurking figure, something from neighbors' nightmares.
Okay. What's the save for that?
It is
Does it?
Wisdom skill, rid of an 18.
Come back! Where did my d20 go? Oh my god! The d20 does not want to be rolled! Jesus fucking Christ. I actually, like, yeeted it across the room. Where did you go, you little bastard?
So you have to be an 18.
An 18, huh? Hold on. Come here, you hoe. Get off from under there. I'm sorry. That was my best d20. I'm not about to lose it.
You're good.
Alright, let's try this again. Oh my god. What does it look like when you do this?
So he sort of like would make it nonchalant. So he would just snap his fingers, and actually, let's see. He sort of just makes this whistle, like calling a dog.
This girl looks at you, and you feel a terror radius of her own. She does not look bothered at all.
What does she roll?
A nat 20.
Let's see. Oh, she does not see the image actually. She doesn't see anything.
Yeah, so she's just reacting to you whistling at her like a dog.
What the fuck?
She is glaring at you now.
Apollyon is just smiling.
What the fuck are you, some kind of freak?
I've been called many different names.
You a
That among them.
perv? Why are you whistling at my girls like that?
Don't worry about it.
Get the fuck out of here. They she, like, starts cracking her knuckles and just glares up at you.
Alright, Pridwin, this is up to you. My ability failed.
I'm sorry, it was a crit.
Yeah, no.
Pridwin rolls his eyes and he says, "We're not here to cause any trouble. I'd recommend that you leave us alone."
Yeah, that's the funny fucking thing, ain't it? Cause when that bitch is here, there's always trouble. It follows her like a fucking shadow.
Like you guys? You guys seem to be a lot of trouble for what you're worth.
Look, we're just trying to keep this place from getting exploded again, alright?
Uh-huh. So you're acting like a dick to everyone you see? Right.
Not everyone. Just you guys.
Not everyone. Just
Right.
me.
See? She knows her place. She knows where she stands here. So
Hey,
go on.
Jim.
Get the fuck out of here. The faster you get whatever you do done, the faster you can leave.
Pidge, are you really going to put up with this?
Yeah, I really.
Apollyon is going to go into his cat form and sort of jump on Pidge's shoulder, and he says, "You know you want to speak your feelings. I can be the devil on your shoulder to help you."
As you're saying this, Pridwin, you hear grunting from behind you.
Pridwin turns around.
You glance over your shoulder and you see, with a vice-like grip, Lunala has one arm wrapped completely around Alex's chest and arms, and another clasped over her mouth. You can see the claws, like the strength in her toned muscles, as she is desperately trying to hold Alex at bay. And also, you can see that Lunala is furious and trying to keep her astral form from showing. You have never seen two women more angry than the two of them behind you right now.
Yeah, Pridwin
Pidge,
looks pretty upset
Pidge.
himself right now, but he just takes a deep breath.
Pidge calmly just. She's nervous and obviously shaking, but she does look at the Letterman girl in the eye and say, "I don't really care about this place as much as you do. And it's clear that you are the ruler here, but that's as far as he'll go." And then she runs.
No,
You
Apollyon looks
literally
to
just rage.
Apollyon looks to Pidge and he says, "Stand your ground. The more you keep running away from this place, the weaker you'll become. I know you want
I
more."
just told her that she's a worthless person that won't ever succeed in life.
Yeah,
And
she
then-
is.
What more do you
She
want?
is trying to come at you now, bitch.
Wait,
And Pidge is running for her life.
Apollyon's gonna go back into his human form, and he's gonna try to get in the way of the girl coming at her.
You easily do. You're bigger than her.
Yeah. And he's going to manifest Abaddon, and he says, "If you so much as lay a finger on her, you will regret it."
Seeing you change into a cat apparently wasn't that weird for her. Seeing you manifest a giant fucking scythe, that did the trick. She backs off. In fact, all three of them start taking steps backwards, looking at the rest of you, realizing that Lunala and Alex look like they're about to put them in the ground and make it look like an accident, and all three of them start running in the opposite direction.
Quite frankly, I do not give a damn about what happened in your past. You're going to prove them wrong.
We will back you up, Pidge.
Just looking around, and for the first time, goes easy on herself and says, "I already have." Smiling at the people standing there with her.
Apollyon puts out his hand, not intending a deal this time, and he says, "Come with me, come with us, and we will sort everything out."
You don't know where you're going. Come with me, and we'll sort this out.
She got a
Well-
point.
Don't give me that attitude, or else I'll punch you too. Anyway, let's go.
If it makes you feel any better, Pidge, this is already going a lot better than the last time I went home.
True. There hasn't been mass murder yet.
No, that was the last time I went home.
Ah, okay. Well, then we're over that now.
As you guys start walking, you see that Lunala is still trying to restrain Alex. And both of them do not look okay.
You two, we have business to attend to.
Oh yeah, I got fucking business to attend to, Alex says. Let go of me, Lunala. Lunala's still not letting go of her.
You know, I'm on Alex's team, to be honest. I kind of like the feistiness.
Come on, I can just kill one of them. Just let me put one of them in the ground, teach him a fucking lesson. Lunala's just looking at you.
If they show up again, we can teach them a lesson, but they're cowards. I doubt that they'll come back.
Lunala just, picks Alex up, who is screaming, and, cursing after the girl, throws her over her shoulder, and starts walking.
Fridwin's just rubbing the bridge of his nose.
Alright, where to, Pidge? He says as he transforms into a cat and jumps back on her shoulder.
Point in the direction and head that way.
Okay. So you guys, this is the look Lunala's giving, by the way. So you guys are walking, and as you start to head out of town, there is a small house. The path continues, but as you approach this house, you see a woman coming out to greet you. I thought I heard a plane. You recognize the voice. She looks much older than the last time you saw her, but this is Gemma.
Another eep as Pidge dies behind the first person she can hide behind.
Gemma had reached out to you almost like she wanted to embrace you and then froze and pulled her hand back, glancing to the side and running the finger through her hair instead, smiling a little to herself. I'm sorry, I forgot you're not much for physical contact.
And she pokes her head around whoever she's hiding behind and goes, "Hey, Grandma."
Well, are you going to introduce me to your friends?
So this suit of armor is Pridwin.
Fredwin will extend a hand and say, "It's a pleasure to meet you."
She grabs your hand. She actually has a very strong grip.
The angry ball of fury being held back by the other angry ball of fury is Alex, and the other angry ball of fury is Lunala.
Nice to meet you. Alex growls under her breath, her eyes still locked in the distance. Lunala just nods to her.
This cat is Apollyon,
I don't
and
mind.
this is I.
Gemma looks at you in your cat form, and there's something interesting about the way she looks at you. It's almost like she knows that you're not a cat.
Apollyon just looks at his paw. He notices, but makes sure it doesn't look like he notices.
So, you she says, let me get this what I got you. And she runs back inside and then grabs a couple of baskets on her arm and says, well, still a little bit of walk if we want to get there before it's dark.
Yes, we should probably get going. Everyone, this is Gemma Watson. I didn't know your name was Watson.
She smiles at the rest of you and says, you can call me Gran if you like. There was a
Right.
time that was all you could pronounce, you know, she says, looking to you, Pidge. With that motherly smile she's always had.
Another Eve from Pidge.
There is a delectable scent wafting from the baskets as you all start walking down the path again.
So, what is it you do out here?
Me? I simply maintain my home and theirs. Retirement has been good. There was a time I helped raise her, you know.
I miss retirement.
She gives you that speculative glance again, but doesn't say anything.
Great, now the cat's talking.
She doesn't seem bothered. As you guys are walking up the path and you guys are kind of doing your usual friendly chit chat, you finally see the end of the road, the destination that you were heading towards, and it is this. The very top of the hill, overlooking the beautiful landscape, is a house fashioned out of a windmill.
Tell us about this place.
Gemma looks towards you, Pidge.
Pidge isn't looking at anyone other than the house, and there's a relaxed sensation for a second as she says home, but then she tenses up again.
Dude, when you said you lived in a windmill, I didn't think you were serious, Alex says.
It looks rather beautiful.
I remember being in a home like this a long time ago.
You know, one time, I had to mend a broken arm of hers when she climbed onto the front of that windmill and rode it all the way around and then fell from the top.
She's getting that uncomfortable sensation.
Fell off
Pridwin.
in which way? Is that cliff there?
Luckily, she didn't fall all the way down, believe me. We probably wouldn't be having this conversation if that was the case. But I must say, the girl is resilient.
Pridwin nods as if it's not strange at all to hear that a child broke their limb after climbing up something.
Goddamn kids. So,
He was probably breaking limbs at like 6 years old.
yeah, you probably crawled way up to the top of the castle and fell off of it multiple times.
Your guys'
Oh,
concept
yeah.
of it is much different than mine, and honestly, I'm glad that's the case.
I stuck a fork in a wall socket once when I was a child.
Oh my god.
That was how I found out
Oh.
I couldn't be electrocuted.
Yeah, that doesn't mean anything because you're an electric type, Lunala says, looking at you.
Exactly, that's how I found that out.
Oh my god.
When I was 6 years old, I was subjected to the stretcher.
By the age of 2, I was taking apart radios and toasters.
She always was a brilliant child. Gemma smiles proudly as you guys approach the door. As you get there, for the first time you see it, the door is hanging on by a thread, only one of its hinges still intact. Somebody has broken it inward. I did try to tell you. It's going to be hard for you to walk in there. Are you sure you're up for this? What'd you say?
Where's Dad?
Oh shit. Gemma sighs and
Wouldn't
puts a hand
he
to her
have-
face.
Wouldn't he have had at least the opportunity
Sweetheart.
to fix the door?
Gemma crouches down and reaches for your shoulder and then hesitates, her hand hovering midair. I thought you knew. I thought that was why you left. Your
Because of Dad's leg.
father's... No, sweetheart. He checked himself out of the hospital that day, and he came back here. I thought when you found him you had run away, that you had just... You couldn't handle it. I thought... Sweetheart, your dad's been gone just as long as you have.
It is, You see Pidge just sort of staring there at the door frame.
Oh dear, she says. She pulls her hand back, wanting very clearly to try and comfort you somehow, but knowing that you don't like physical touch.
Pidge walks into the door and goes straight for what she knows to be her dad's study.
Are you going to the study or are you going to his workshop?
Study, because that's where he would keep digital files.
Okay. So you walk into his... I mean, just walking in the door, it's about as bad as you can imagine it to be. Furniture is overturned. There are papers laying flung. There's just detritus from somebody turning this place upside down. Your father's study is no better. Somebody went rifling through his things trying to find something.
What on earth happened here?
I am going to tell you now, between all of you, there are investigation checks to be made in this house, and depending on how well you do, will depend on what all you find. There is a lot in this building, but I will let Pidge do what she's gonna do first.
Okay, see, even at a young age, she kind of figured out all of her dad's tricks, including where he keeps a backup hard drive for everything he stores.
Mhm.
And so she thumbs the side of the his desk until she finds a little indent, pushes it, and pulls the hard drive out from a little compartment on the side.
Surprisingly, it is still intact.
She pulls it to her PDA and plugs it in because, of course, she has a bunch of adapters.
You start getting an information dump of schematics. Schematics and his handwritten notes on them, but it's nothing like... You know your father kept a journal. It is nowhere in these files.
She's not looking for the journal, though. She's looking for a precise list of everything in the house.
Inventory. Got it.
'Cause- Yeah.
That is going to take you some time to compile. Just based on
And
everything that is on the... I mean, it's a lot. It's like terabytes and terabytes worth of data.
yeah, she knows her dad. At least she thought she did.
So, while that is compiling, what would you like to do?
Look around the study. Even though I don't know the exact list, I can still look around and see what's what.
Okay. So, are you going to say anything to your teammates? Because I imagine they're all just kind of hovering there. They don't know anything about your home. They don't have any idea what's happening to you after this information you've just got. In fact, I'm imagining they're all surprised you're still functioning right now.
Yeah. Apollyon just hovering.
Pidge is sifting through some of these papers, and she's like, "Hey, Pridwin, can you go search the kitchen? Just see what you can find."
Redwin's a bit shaken, but he snaps and snaps out of it and says, "Oh, certainly. Where is the kitchen?"
She points over to the room to the left of the main door.
Gemma puts a hand on your shoulder and nods in a "I'll show you" manner.
Thank you.
Lunala
Apollyon,
has
can you search
finally
upstairs?
Lunala's finally like put Alex down and is going with you.
Apollyon, can you search upstairs? Specifically their room. I'll search mine.
Yes. As he's like jumping off of Pidge's shoulders, he's like giving a look to Gemma, and more like a curious look, and then he's gonna run upstairs.
Gemma notices the look and pauses for a moment as if you're gonna ask her something, and when you don't, she just continues with Pridwin.
Mm-hmm.
Alex is hovering in the doorframe now, still fuming, but more concerned about you.
Mm-hmm. I should also mention that as Apollyon does that, he would also point his tail in the direction of where he's going.
Gotcha.
The Pidge looks at Alex and says, "Can you check the garage? You know what you're looking at right there."
Yeah, I guess, she says and starts walking.
Is that everyone?
Because Lunala went with Prid.
So that's everyone. Pidge, still pretending to check notes and stuff, walks over to the door, shuts it, locks it, curls up into a ball, and just starts sobbing.
That checks out. So, I need all of you to roll, or the two of you to roll d20s to see who's going first. Unless one of you just wants to go first. I don't care.
Pridwin can go first.
Okay.
Yeah. I rolled a natural 20, and I was about to beg you to let me use it for my investigation instead of for that. So
I will allow it. I'll allow it since it was a
thank
crit.
God.
Okay. So you and your wife walk into the kitchen with Gemma, and Gemma kind of just leans against the counter and wraps her arms around herself and looks down at the floor. Do you want to interact with her at all, or are you gonna start searching the kitchen?
His hands are shaking slightly, and he says, "This place has been ransacked."
Gemma just nods.
Do you have any idea who could have done this or what they could have been looking for?
I didn't see them. I was in town that day. They were in and out. I think they were pros.
I see.
So you notice something interesting as you're saying this. And with that crit, you had to roll very high to notice this. So, you know how in most robberies, things are, the drawers are ripped out and overturned so people can rifle through them easily. Things are thrown about when they're proven to not have anything of value. As you're in the kitchen, you see drawers that have been pulled out and just set down and not gone through.
Goodwin is going to step up, and he's going to check the spaces that the drawers were in.
These drawers were not ripped out. They were carefully removed and set down. In fact, it doesn't even look like they were touched.
Whoever it was, I think they already had an idea of where they might find what they were looking for.
You also notice something else as you're looking around. There is, like, you can tell a techie lived here. There are expensive pieces of tech just throughout the house, laying about where somebody was clearly worked on them. Gemma didn't clean this place up. She left it the way it was and just kept it clean without moving things. There are valuable items all over the place. That's what the rest of that nat 20 gets you.
Fridwin, can he see what's inside the drawers that haven't been looked through? Is there anything interesting inside of them, or
They're like catch-all drawers. In fact, one of them is a silverware drawer. The silverware wasn't even touched. It's neatly in its place. Organized. The drawers were simply pulled out and set down. Almost like somebody was staging it.
That's incredibly odd. At first, it looks like a common robbery, but there's far too many valuables here. Definitely not a common robbery, but this feels staged. Like, he points at several of the drawers. They made an effort to lay everything out. Either they knew what they were looking for and they wanted to make it look like a general robbery, or they weren't looking for anything at all.
That doesn't make any sense, Gemma says.
No,
Why would
it
they
doesn't.
just come in and stage this? They must have been looking for something.
I mean, there are... Did Pidge's father have any enemies?
You see a strange look cross Gemma's face. Everett was many things, but enemies, no. He had competitors at the most.
He continues looking around. Does any of this tech look handmade?
Oh yeah.
Like unique?
Oh yeah. Bro, this guy was a brilliant craftsman.
Honestly, I don't think that this was a competitor. Unless they stole blueprints. That is a possibility, but I'd imagine if I were here just to steal his ideas, I would have probably taken these machines and tried to reverse engineer them. It would have been honestly smarter if they did, because it could have made it look more like just a robbery for profit. I think that this person must have been looking for something specific.
Quick pause on you. Polyon, you head upstairs. There are 3 rooms, mainly. There is a room with a door that has all kinds of graffiti over it. It is not hard to tell whose room it is. That door is closed. The other 2 doors are open. One of them leads to a guest bedroom, which doesn't look that worse for wear. It doesn't look like it's been tossed. However, the other bedroom is an absolute wreck. This place has been gone through. Go ahead and roll me an investigation check.
Yes. You will not believe this.
Oh my god.
But I did, in fact, roll a natural 20.
Jesus fucking Christ. Okay.
No.
Alright, so, let's see,
Fred
what
and
are you going
Apollyon
to
should
find there?
become fucking private investigators, my god.
You are noticing the same things that Pridwin has noticed. A lot there is staging that has happened here. And it's mostly the staging that you're noticing is in like the hallway leading upstairs. Like there's like decorative cabinets, the drawers have been pulled out of those and carefully set down. furniture that's been thrown over, but like for no purpose. But then you get to Pidge's parents' room, and this place has been tossed. And I mean, like, different from the rest of it. This place has been looked through. Somebody was searching for something. I mean, even, like, the walls have, like, scratches on them, where people have been fucking with the boards, trying to see if there are any hidden panels.
Oh shit.
You do notice something caught in one of the boards in the wall, actually, that was fucked with that nat 20. You lean down and you see a strange white piece of fabric.
He's gonna pull that fabric out.
You get it. And it's really, like, thick. It's kind of a waterproof sheen to it.
Yeah.
And you start thinking to yourself of, like, what it could be. Roll me another d20.
Okay. That is a 14.
You have seen some of these before, actually. I don't know when the fuck you got your doctor's license. I don't know if we said what year that was. But this is a lab coat. It's a piece of a lab coat.
I see.
It was torn off in a haste when it got caught on these boards, and somebody rushed by, didn't even seem to care about it.
Okay.
Also, with your nat 20, you hear something. And it's just at the edge of your perception. You hear this skittering sound somewhere above you.
Alright. Napoleon's going to investigate this and try to figure out where it's coming from.
You look up, you see a ceiling. A ceiling that looks unmarred. Normal wood ceiling. Sounds like it's coming from, like, in the walls, maybe? Or, like, in the ceiling itself?
He is going to run out of the room, and he's taking this cloth, he has it, like, hanging from his mouth, and he's gonna run to the rest of the party.
Okay. So you hear thud, 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 like, cat with the zoomies down the hallway. Pidge, are you still having a mental breakdown?
Yeah, she finally recovers, but I think the only thing that sort of snapped her out of it is the notification that the inventory has been compiled.
Okay. So yeah, you have your inventory list. I will have you roll me an investigation check on the inventory list specifically, because I want to see if you see something interesting.
Okay. And then after that, I'll start in the if the interesting thing is interesting enough, I'll ignore this bit, but I'll I'll search the study next.
Okay.
But wow, 19.
Oh my god. Okay. So you definitely notice this. It's not what you see. You know your dad's tech and his workarounds. Somebody else looking at this would not have noticed this. But there have been items that were very carefully removed from this inventory. You don't know what the items are, but you know that there were things your father had in this inventory count that he hid because he did not want somebody else knowing he had them. Which is strange to you, for a couple reasons. One being, if he didn't want somebody to know about it, why would he enter it into the list in the first place?
Pidge is going off a bit of a hunch, and part of this is her own narcissism talking. But she's going to it's a long list, so she's going to do basically a word, like a word filter to narrow it down.
Okay.
But she's going to list all the parts that she's stolen over the years.
Okay.
From that list.
Gotcha. So you notice the parts that were removed, some of the items that were removed are definitely parts for Eon's gun. However, they are not all of the things that have been removed. They are only a fraction of them.
We're going to count how many are there. Like, what kind of fraction is it?
It's about the same amount as what you stole for Eon's gun. Maybe parts that could have created another weapon. About the same amount. But again, you can't figure out what the items are. You have no idea what they mean. They could be anything. All you know is that whatever they are, if this hard drive got searched, your dad did not want somebody knowing they existed.
Yeah. And knowing how important the parts are that she stole and the parts are that are missing from the list, she's going to then... Does she know which room that it was that he would store such parts?
Nope. You could only assume the workshop.
Where she got them the last time, I guess.
Yeah. You got all of those things out of the workshop.
She's going to go to the workshop then and start running inventory in the workshop.
So you open the door to the study at about the same time Apollyon is running down the stairs and Pridwin and Lunala are coming out of the kitchen. There is a cat running at you with a strange piece of white cloth in its mouth. And Pridwin and Lunala do not look happy. Pridwin? Did you mute yourself?
Oh. Yeah, I'm here.
Pidge's eyes are red and puffy from crying, but otherwise she seems to be focused on something, almost distracted.
I think whoever was here, they definitely weren't here for money. They were here for something specific. And I think that they knew exactly what they were looking for before they even came in. Furthermore, this doesn't feel like they turned everything upside down to try and find it. This feels more like they knew where it was, and they turned everything upside down to make it look like they didn't.
That tracks.
Mm.
She pulls the inventory, showing the untampered version, the one that wouldn't show any of the items. And says, I bet you if you go through this entire list, you'll find nothing missing.
And
But, and she swipes through to the pieces that were removed.
Yes, Pridwin, you look at this, you don't see anything missing. It looks like a normal list to you.
She points to those specific parts of the file system. and be like,
It's
should be something
almost
here, should be something here.
it's almost
should be
like a
something here.
glitch, like a visual glitch.
Oh, I see you're taking some notes. Anyway, yes, I'm here. I see you with the visual glitch thing.
It seems that they must have removed the items from the list that they took.
Except, and I checked. She shows him the dust on her hand. They didn't check the desk. This hard drive was untampered.
Are you certain? No. That doesn't make sense. Unless
my dad had something to hide.
There's a cat meowing at you, muffled through a piece of fabric, I will add.
Pridwin will look down at Apollyon and say, Apollyon, you found something?
He spits it out and he says, culprits.
Pridwin will lean down and pick up the scrap of cloth.
You know this very well, being a medical man. It is a lab coat. Piece of lab coat that has been torn off.
A scrap from a lab coat. Did, by any chance, did your father happen to wear one frequently?
He was more into sweater vests.
What about people he knew? Did he have any colleagues that...
Everett was a recluse, Gemma says, coming out from behind you.
He raised me, what do you think?
It took a lot of coaxing to even get him outside of the house.
Speaking of recluses, there's something in the walls.
He's in the walls!
Sorry?
He's in the goddamn wall!
Oh, there's something in the walls.
Yes. It's skittering about like an insect.
I forgot to list off the things that Pidge prepped, but I feel like this is one of them. There is a you think there's something in the walls?
Yes.
Well, we could investigate. And she pulls out a little snake with a camera on it. And slips it into a crack in the wall.
It slithers inside.
My current working theory is that this person had to have known a good deal about your father, what he works on, and the specific things that they took from him. Unless this was his handiwork, but considering the lab coat, I sincerely doubt that. So that makes me wonder who...
Would you guys like to keep investigating? Because there is still more to find.
Yeah.
I am
Yeah.
in the walls, though.
Yeah, I'm gonna let Glitter Snake search. I doubt I got the night vision upgrade for
Not
Glitter
on
Snake
Glitter
either.
Snake, no.
So it has to use a little flashlight, which means that whatever is in there can see it coming.
Uh-huh. Yeah, almost comically, you hear like just weird slithering and skittering just coming from random places throughout the house as you guys are having this conversation.
What on earth is up
Which
there?
I'm going to put device control onto Ein and just let Ein chase this thing with
Yeah.
glitter snake.
Ein is literally sitting there with his paws. Looks like he's playing like on a Nintendo. His tail thumps occasionally against the floor when he gets excited.
What else? What other rooms have we not searched yet?
We need to search the workshop and my room.
Well, I'd imagine that the workshop will contain a great deal of evidence. Your room probably also. Would you like for us to split up again, or would you prefer if we all searched each room together?
We'll workshop first because I need help going through. And she pulls up the sorted filter for the workshop's collection
Mm-hmm.
and points to the listings that she knows to be missing, and how she's fairly certain. Correct me if I'm wrong here. That all the ones that are missing are in the workshop.
Yeah, you are assuming that whatever it is that was removed is going to be hidden in the workshop. That was everything that your father's life had to do with was in that workshop. He rarely left it.
So I'm wanting because she knows exactly how many of them she found to be missing, and she wonders if all of those are in the sorted list for the workshop.
Yeah, it's gonna take some investigating and some going through to try and figure out what's going on.
Okay.
But you guys start heading toward the workshop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I am.
these 4 pictures. Imagine a mix of all 4 of these. Okay, this workshop has the clutter of the first picture. Like, this place is not organized at all, and that was before somebody tossed it. Imagine the weaponsmithing of the second picture, and then just the cyber sci-fi-esque of the bottom 2 pictures with the neon. Like, this place is high-tech, it's cluttered as fuck, and it has been ransacked. There are places on the wall where weapons used to hang. They are clearly not there anymore.
Hmm.
If you would like to do some investigating, please make me some rolls.
Oh my fucking god.
Alright. Investigation.
You're not gonna believe this.
You did not roll another nat 20.
I rolled another natural
If you
20.
roll 3 in a row, I'm gonna punish you. Kins used to
do you
do
want
that
me
to
to-
us.
Do you want me to roll real quick one more time? Just to
Oh
see
my
if I
god.
get another one? What?
You did not!
What the fuck?
Uh,
Okay, this one was a 13.
Oh,
So it didn't happen 3 times in a row, but
Pidge, did you seriously roll a nat 20?
Yeah.
Oh my
Oh my
fucking god. Alright!
every single
Buckle up,
every single
motherfuckers!
investigation roll.
You're about to get some fucking information. Alright, let's just go down the list and see what all you get out of this.
I'm the
Okay,
only one.
like I said, room has been tossed, but very clearly, a lot of it was staged because somebody knew what the fuck they were looking for. There are weapon racks. Weapons are missing off of those racks. Let's see. You already got that. There is, and I will say that, Pridwin, you noticed this because it's so out of place to you. Everything in here, this guy was like clearly English speaking, and then German is like the tech language, so German, of course. But there's a weird handwritten piece of paper that is in the door frame, and you actually like one of you stepped on it on the way in, like it just looked like more detritus, but it is Russian. Somebody wrote something Russian on a piece of paper, and then this piece got torn off and drifted down to flutter there. So you have a piece of paper with Russian on it. You also find, between the three of you with all your high-ass rolls, there is a piece of metal that is stuck into, like, it looks like it got wedged into, one of the cabinets, like somebody was trying to open it, and it didn't work, and it broke a little bit, and it got stuck. So there's a strange piece of metal, and as you go to investigate it, Apollyon, it's a sword. But it's a tiny sword. It looks of the same caliber as things you have seen recently. And Pidge, you notice something interesting. There are 3 pictures hanging on the wall near your section of the workshop. And you know for a fact, those pictures were not hanging there the last time you were here. One is a picture of your father when he was much younger. One is of a picture of your mother back when you knew her. The only face and age you ever knew. And one is a picture of you, but it's a picture that you've never seen before of you. I'll post them. These are the 3 pictures. They are hanging in various places on the wall, and like I said, you don't remember them being there at all.
One of those guys looks an awful lot like a party member of ours.
Don't worry about it.
Do any of you happen to speak Russian?
I've been to Russia once or twice.
But do you speak the language?
Question, do I speak the language?
Roll for me.
Okay.
She's a smart person, but I think she's focused mostly on English, Japanese, and German.
Yeah,
Yeah.
tech languages.
I rolled a 15.
Yeah.
You can speak conversational Russian. You don't know
Okay.
it like super well, but you get by.
Yeah.
Here.
Yeah.
Can you understand what this says?
He looks down at it.
Okay, so based on your conversational Russian, out of what's written, you make out these words.
I can understand is old book. Animal hide binding, unknown language, and what does that say? Ancient.
And these aren't like, it's not like these are in a sentence. Like, these are kind of all over the page as if somebody hastily wrote them down.
Yeah.
Animal hide binding?
That's what I could read. could be a mistranslation.
Pridwin's going to take a picture of the piece of paper and he's going to send it to Solon.
Okay.
And ask if Solon can tell him what it says.
Okay. I'm gonna roll for what Solon gets out of this piece. Okay.
Because he actually speaks Russian.
This is the response that you get. Meanwhile, Pidge, are you going to explore the pictures? I'm curious.
Yeah, and she's looking at the pictures, but hearing the words hide binding and all that, she quickly checks the inventory list and realizes that there's one thing that her dad would never put on it.
Mm-hmm.
And just sort of smacks the back of her head against the wall.
Is everything alright, Pidge?
A journal. They were looking for his journal.
They did say, book in an ancient language?
Mixture of Latin and German. He loved to play with languages as a pastime.
I see. Well, do you have any idea what could have been in there that they're looking for?
Pulls back up the list and sorts it to the missing files. Obviously, you can't see the files, but he points at 3 of them and is like, well, not 3. She points at like 10 of them and is like, this is a part for Eon. This is a part for Eon. This is a part for Eon. This is a part for Eon.
So, you think they were trying to figure out how to replicate a weapon?
Pidge points at the other 10, at a bunch of other items, and is like, similar amount. Maybe not the same thing, but...
And there are multiple weapons missing as well.
Apollyon, roll me a d20.
Okay.
Continue.
I would go as far as to wager that our friends in Russia might be up to this.
Maybe.
Russia's gone.
And she's gonna go over to the paintings again, to the pictures again, and pick them all up.
So you go to pull them off the wall and you meet with resistance.
I poke, well, not poke, but I try and stick my finger between the frame and the wall. Is it like glue,
No,
or
it almost feels like a mechanism. Apollyon, what was your roll?
15.
Okay. So you're also noticing something about these pictures. And from your angle, as a cat, you can also see it appears there's some kind of metal glint from behind the frames. You also notice something else with your nat 20 roll as you're looking at the pictures. There's something written. It's in the background, but it doesn't belong. It appears like a letter.
He reads it.
Which picture are you looking at?
Apollion's gonna look at the one with the white-haired kid, with the red in it.
So Everett,
Yeah.
it appears that there is a Y that has been written into the background to blend in very well.
He's gonna look at the other photos.
You search Pidge's mother's photo next. It appears that there is an O curled just around her shoulder, between her shoulder and her neck. You go to the picture of what you can only imagine is Pidge as a little girl. And there appears to be a U carved upside down, kind of between her legs.
Y-O-U. Is it a message?
If it is a message, I think it could be for Pidge.
There's something behind these photos.
Where are you seeing the Y and the O and U? They're just looking at the pictures and not really seeing them.
Apollyon is just sort of like pointing at each one with his claws.
As he uses his claw to acknowledge them sitting on your shoulder, you begin to make them out. The Y in your father's picture in the background, the O near your mother's shoulder, the U down between your legs.
That's an in. Wouldn't you want to? And I reach out and turn the painting.
You turn the painting, and there is a click and a mechanical whir.
What's happening?
Excellent question.
It's almost like there's a couple like metallic thuds and a rolling sound with that whir, and then it stops.
Redwin's gonna start looking around to see if anything changed.
You don't see anything.
Apollyon's gonna run back to the room that he was in before.
Which one? The parents' room?
Yeah, the one that he investigated.
Okay, so you run past the corgi, who is still inexplicably has like a soda can filled with oil, takes a drink out of it with one paw, looks up at you, acknowledges you, does the little head nod, goes back to playing on his little video game device. You run up the stairs. There is a panel.
Gaming.
There's a panel that has slid open in that room on the wall.
Apollyon sort of meows and he says, "Over here, guys."
Redwin will do one last pass over the workshop to see if he finds anything else, and then he'll start heading back towards where Apollyon is.
Pidge, as you're walking up the stairs, you notice something. The door to your room is closed. Do you want to investigate this, or do you want to continue into your parents' bedroom?
She's been dealing with a lot. So she's going to open that door just to see it.
You put your hand on the knob, you take a deep breath. Slowly you turn it and you step inside to find your room is untouched. Not a single thing out of place.
She's starting to piece things together. And she walks back out of the room and looks at Pridwin and goes, "You said the drawers were intact?"
Everything that had been flipped around, it appears, was done so purely to make it look like the place was robbed.
Yeah, but you could easily just rip a drawer out to make it look like
Yes, they could
the
have just
place was
ripped it out, but
robbed.
they were gentle about it.
Why? This wasn't just a staging. Someone cared about each and every item here.
Hmm. That once again presents me with the question: this person must have known your father, had some sort of relationship with him. I don't know if they were business partners, if they were friends, or
In her state of grief. What are the stages? What was it? Denial? Bargaining?
Grief, anger, denial, bargaining, acceptance. Not sure if that's the right order.
Yeah, but let's just say she's gone into bargaining and denial.
I didn't know she
Or
went to
maybe
Egypt. Sorry.
denial.
the Nile is a river in Egypt.
But what if Dad staged it? Yeah.
I'm sorry, I don't think that he was the one who did this.
Come on.
Apollyon's meowing at you from the bedroom still.
Did he speak Russian?
Not that I know of, but
And he never wore a lab coat either.
Apollyon, as you're standing there
it's been 5
meowing,
years.
you hear the skittering sound again. And then out of nowhere, flying down from the ceiling to land on your face, is a squirrel.
What the fuck?
It starts attacking you, clawing at your face, trying to bite you. This squirrel hates you. You don't know what you did, but chronically in this game it is canon that all squirrels hate you. So,
Yeah.
you are being attacked by a squirrel.
Squirrel, squirrel, squirrel.
You just hear that comic cat screaming sound from cartoons. That's all you're hearing from
Is there
Pidge's
also,
parents' bedroom.
Violent chittering?
Yeah.
Pidge.
We'll drop it for now. Let's just get the cat
Yes,
safe.
we need to talk about this later. Bruin's going to rush over to where Apollyon is.
You run in to see Apollyon and this squirrel tumbling around the room.
I like to imagine they're rolling over each other.
Yes,
Why is
yeah,
there
100%.
Why is there a squirrel here?
In the walls.
They're in the goddamn walls! Pridwin's going to walk up and try to pick the squirrel up.
Roll me d20.
Whoop. 16?
You reach down, it turns, and immediately bites your hand.
Ow! You little...
You lift your hand, it comes off the ground, scampers up your arm, immediately tries to burrow into your armor, and there is now a squirrel inside of your armor trying to bite you.
Oh no!
Thank you, Pridwin. I couldn't have done it without you.
No! There's a squirrel in my greaves!
You hear Lunala snarling behind you.
Oh god, this is just like the forest.
I'm making a throwback.
Pidge, please!
So yeah, there is a squirrel inside of your armor wreaking havoc.
I need help. Fridwin is going to just flood his armor with water to try and flush this squirrel out.
That is an excellent idea. So you start to do this, and eventually you're like, it comes tumbling out of like the bottom of your cuirass or whatever, and like hits the floor, shakes itself off, and you get a good look at this thing for the first time. This thing looks starved. Like it has been stuck here.
Alright, state your business.
The squirrel hisses at you, arches its back, and immediately darts for the wall.
Get over here, squirrel.
Fine, fetch.
Roll me a d20. God bless. Ein just manages to catch the squirrel's tail. It turns around, immediately tries to bite Ein. Ein's made of metal, so it does jack shit. Squirrel looks horrified.
You go, Ein.
What?
Ein trots over, holding the squirrel by the tail. The squirrel's like dangling just off of the ground, like flailing around.
Fridwin is going to pull out one of the strawberry candies he always keeps on him, unwrap it, and place it in front of the squirrel.
The squirrel stops. Its eyes are enormous, filled with the image of the candy reflecting in the giant black eyes.
Now, I don't know what Ratatoskr told you about me, but it's probably true.
It turns and hisses at you and then looks back at the candy.
Fridwin will crouch down, looking at the squirrel, and just kind of gesture to the candy, like, go ahead and eat it.
The squirrel slowly reaches over, grabs it, and then shoves the whole thing in its mouth. In typical chipmunk fashion.
Now you know that we're
Apologize
not.
for putting that in the NPC
Yeah,
face
you
claims
put it in my
instead of
face
in-session
claims
facing.
file, you
I
jerks.
put it in face claims also.
God damn it! I can't stand you guys sometimes.
Too
Oh, my
bad.
lord.
This is all canon now.
You know what? It's there. I'm not gonna delete it. It's fucking there. So, there's an angry squirrel glaring at all of you with a candy shoved in its mouth.
Apollyon.
Squirrels had counterintelligence.
Does the squirrel at all seem to recognize Pidge?
No.
Apollyon, is it speaking to you at all?
Alright, squirrel, fess up.
The squirrel hisses at you again, but its mouth is full, so it just is a weird, jumbled sound.
We will let you go if you tell us what you know.
It hisses again.
Now, you little shit.
It hisses in a lower octave.
Alright, I'll make a deal with you, Mr. Squirrel. We will feed you more of those candies if you give us information. And we will let you go.
The squirrel glances up at the corgi holding its tail, and then back at you and kind of narrows its eyes slowly.
We'll give you what you ask for. We just need information. I know you squirrels can talk. I've met like 10 of them.
The squirrel kind of blinks for a moment, and then, like, gestures at you, waving its little arms.
Okay. gonna try to insight.
It gestures again, and then it points at the panel that has just slid open.
So you were stuck in the panel.
It shakes its head no.
Okay. I'm gonna try
Once
to.
the thing with the pen.
You hear it grumbling something in Russian that you don't understand.
Fuck.
He has conversational Russian.
He doesn't understand these words.
Fuck. I don't understand what he's saying. He's speaking Russian.
He gestures
Mikhail?
emphatically to the panel.
Fridwin, I'm assuming that we can all see its, like, hand gestures and shit.
Oh yeah, no, this squirrel is very clearly gesturing to the panel.
Fridwin's going to check the panel.
You crouch down and you see what looks to be the door to some kind of safe. There is a panel on it in which you can type a code. There are 11 blank lines. There are letters and numbers available, and there is a tile for a space.
Pidge?
Don't look at this. Just please look away.
Of course. Fridwin will get back up and step away from the panel and turn his back away from it.
Pidge types out her name.
Which name?
Not Olive.
Uh-huh. Your full name?
Yes.
There's
Smith.
a beeping sound. The door slides just slightly ajar.
He opens the door, looks inside.
Resting inside are a bunch of papers. But as you move them, you can see that they're just covering things. There is a journal in there. And there's a second book. The journal is Italian leather, is something your dad would have enjoyed. Looks to be your dad's, but this other one is old. It looks and it smells funny. And that's not the only thing that's in there. There's a picture of your mother that you've never seen before. Of her wielding a sword. And, last but not least, there is a strange metal... It looks... Roll me an insight check. Let's see if you can figure out what this is.
6.
You do not know what this is. It's something metal.
Have you found anything down there?
Pridwin's still not looking.
Pidge pulls out the journal and the book and the piece of metal
And the picture.
and the picture. And she's just staring at the picture, although she's there is a conflicted want, like she is constantly looking. She isn't looking at anything other than the picture, but her hand is just trying to rifle through the journal. She
Which
wants
one?
to read it.
Your father's journal?
Yes.
Your father's journal isn't German. You know German, right?
Yes.
There are a lot of notes in here, you will notice, and all of them are dated from before you were born.
Again, she isn't really paying attention. Like, her hand is idly flipping through the journal. She wants to read it, but she's too busy focusing on the picture.
Yeah. So that's about the only thing you notice is that the dates are before you're born, leading up to your birth, and the early stages of your life. But you're not really paying attention to his words, just the dates. And there's that picture of your mom wielding a sword. You have never seen your mother holding any type of weapon in her life apart from the occasional kitchen knife when she cooked.
What do you?
Now, being a kid, she was always scared whenever her mom wielded a knife. But
What do you see, Pidge?
I don't know. And she's just going to hand the picture over.
Yeah, so you guys finally turning back around, you can see the contents, the 4 items that she has pulled from this safe.
Apollyon's gonna look at the picture.
Apollyon, you look at the picture and you see a beautiful woman wielding a strange-looking sword.
Does he recognize this sword at all?
You do not recognize the woman or the sword.
Okay.
However, are you looking at the other things?
Yes.
The piece of metal in Pidge's palm is a hilt. And it looks very familiar.
He looks at Pidge and says, "Let me see that."
Hands it over.
He's gonna inspect this hilt.
You're looking at the hilt. You look at the picture again, and it is the same hilt as the sword from the picture. However, it appears that work has been done to this hilt. It's the same, and yet it's different. There's something technological about this hilt that you can't quite put your finger on. Like the sword in the picture was old, like a priceless thing that's been here for centuries, but this feels new. This feels like a piece of tech that you would find in today's world, if that makes sense. But there's no blade. It's just a hilt.
Sorry, I had to go for a sec. So the last thing I heard was technological hilt.
Yeah, so it's like, I'm trying to figure out an easy way to describe this. Like, it's the same hilt, but it's not the same. Something's been done to it.
Uh-huh.
But it's just a hilt. But it's definitely the same hilt from the sword in the picture. That's all I'll give you with that.
Modified hilt.
He looks down at it and he says, "I think, well, I'm not sure, but maybe your mother wielded maybe a weapon that your father or someone created."
Fredwin's gonna look at the picture. Does it look like a demon weapon, or does it look like a weapon that's been forged, like the one in the picture?
The one in the picture looks like a weapon that has been forged. Not a demon weapon, but an actual weapon. A normal human smithed weapon.
May I ask what kind of sword it is?
It is a just kind of your average, not quite a
Like
curved sword, but there's a bit of a curve to it.
So sort of like a messer?
Yeah.
So a messer is a single-edged blade that has kind of a curve to it.
Yeah, it's like the German equivalent of a katana. That's how people describe it, at least.
I want to show you guys the picture of the actual sword, but I can't because plot.
I mean, here. So,
I mean,
at first, the way you described it, I was imagining a long sword.
It's not. It's. I don't know how to describe it to you.
More like a scimitar?
I don't know.
Or here, I'll send in a picture of a
Jesus
message.
Christ. Okay, hold on. I'm
Or
gonna
is it a
I'm
saber?
gonna show you the sword. You can tell me what the fuck shape it is, but do not describe the rest of it.
Oh, okay.
This is the sword.
Oh,
The one in
it's...
the picture is metal.
I'm...
Good
That,
luck
I
with
mean-
that.
That's a fucking fantasy sword.
I
so
know!
I mean, I guess the closest would be something like him? Blade shape-wise, it's definitely got a similar blade to a Messer.
Yeah, so there you go. That's congratulations. That's what it is. Fuck it.
I ain't seeing a hilt, though.
I would say like more like a handle, not a hilt.
Yeah, it's a hand.
We're
It's the
talking
handle of it.
pommel
Yeah.
here. Yeah,
Okay.
pommel.
This fucking...
The part
whole
that's
thing-
not crazy, that's the part that's there. Like,
Okay, hang on. Oh my fucking god, is this what I think it is? Is there a button on the hilt?
no, there is not.
Okay.
It is just the grip of it.
Because you said fucking technological hilt, I
It
was gonna
just-
be like,
it
did you
looks
make
like-
a fucking
It
lightsaber?
looks like there's some kind of technical modification to it, but none of you can put your finger on it. None of you know how to describe it. It's been modified somehow, but you don't fucking know how, and it's literally just the grip. It's just the handle, the hilt of it.
That's a sword that I've never seen before.
That was a struggle.
Look, you told the sword nerd that there was a sword.
I'm fucking sorry, okay? You could draw it later if you want. Are you guys gonna look at the other thing there? Question mark?
Hang on. So there were the two journals,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
the the sword handle,
And the picture.
the photo. That was everything?
Yep.
Pridwin would...
Once Pidge is actually able to tear herself away from the photo, she's going to open up that old journal.
Apollyon, are you looking over Pidge's shoulder?
Yes.
I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
That's a 17.
Apollyon, as Pidge opens this journal, your nose immediately begins to bleed.
Oh.
Your vision blackens, and you are filled with unbridled rage for just a moment.
Apollyon?
I'd say for just a moment. Well, DM, you would know, but his eyes sort of changed shape to the way they were before.
Apollyon,
Yes? What?
your nose is bleeding.
He wipes it away and he says, "What the fuck?"
You
Are
look back
you-
down at the journal. Pidge, you have no idea what the fuck is written in this journal. This is a language you have never seen before. And this thing is old. It feels like it might fall apart in your fingers.
Holy shit, wait, does Apollyon understand this language?
You're gonna have to roll for me.
That is a 16.
You do not understand the language, but you know what the language is. This is a language as old as you are. The language of several particular witches from a long time ago.
This is Which language?
Once he says that, could Pridwin roll?
For what?
I mean, he's a witch specialist. Maybe he knows
You're not
at
gonna
least
know the
about
language.
the language. About the language, maybe. Not
I mean,
necessarily.
you could-
Probably not the language
You
itself.
could try and figure out, but I mean, the most you're probably gonna get is realizing that it is an ancient witch language.
Yeah, no. He just scratches his chin and says, Apollyon, unless you know the language, I think there's only one person that we could have translate it for us.
I don't know it. I just knew those who used it.
Pidge, do you start flipping through the pages?
Since I can't read it, I'm going to start looking for things that I could understand, like
Like
etchings that
diagrams?
would match diagrams, numbers, math.
There are
Anything that
diagrams. In fact, it looks like the journal of somebody who was trying to figure something out. And as you're flipping, each page you flip, Apollyon, your nosebleed gets worse. It's like something is trying to physically, viscerally force itself to the forefront of your mind, forcing you to remember something.
Question.
Mhm.
Do I hear any whispers?
Uh-huh.
Another question, because of the way I prefaced this before. Does anyone else hear the whispers?
No.
Okay. But, alright. Yeah, he sort of falls off of Pidge's shoulder and collapses to the floor for a sec. Seems like he has a migraine.
Apollyon,
What?
is Apollyon still in cat form?
At this point, he has gone into human form.
But he's curled into a ball like a cat.
Yeah, he's going to, like, try and help Apollyon back up to his feet and say, what is going on with you?
There's something here.
What do you mean?
It's about this time that you
Something?
notice it, Apollyon. You're not the only one who is having a strange reaction to this book.
Oh?
There's another person in the room with you right now who also has a nosebleed, who is staring at the journal, eyes wide and dark, unmoving. Fridwin, have you checked on your wife in a minute?
He would have been looking at her.
Yeah, she's frozen.
Lunala?
Dark blood is dripping from her nose. The corner of her eye is twitching as though she has a migraine. But she can't look away from the book as Pidge is flipping through the pages.
Lunala. Pridwin's going to get between her and the book.
You block her vision from it, and she takes a step back and makes a strange, soft sound. Puts a hand to her head.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine, I think.
What happened? What the hell is in that book that's making you both react like that?
I don't know. There was something strange, some strange residual energy that just... She brushes her finger beneath her nose. It is still streaming blood heavily. Not like a slate one where she brushed it away and it stopped. It just continues.
Pridwin's going to pull out his handkerchief and give it to her.
She kind of holds it up against her mouth and the bottom of her nose.
What do you mean, residual energy?
You can feel it, can't you? She says to you, Apollyon, her voice muffled.
More than energy, something to do with memory.
You saw her name, right?
I did.
Name?
Yeah. The person who wrote that journal. Her name is in that energy.
What's the name? I didn't see it.
I can almost make it out. It's... I think it's something like Cassiel.
Cassio. Yes.
Does that ring a bell to Pridwin?
Roll me d20. Let's see how much you know about.
What? Fuck? Not a nat 20, but it's a 19.
So you would know that actually no. She's not in the histories. She was removed from the histories, so you would not know about her yet.
I mean, unless Pridwin found one of the books that are locked up.
I mean, even then, like, it's not like I'm saying that she was stripped from the Rhizostoma record. I'm saying there was nothing for them to record. I'm saying this person was taken out of history as it was known on purpose, deliberately.
Damn. He just scratches his chin and he says, Does that name mean anything to either of you? I have not seen it before.
A blood witch.
That will get your attention.
A blood witch.
Yes.
That isn't in my family records.
Yep. She was a bit of a recluse.
I suppose she'd have to be to have not drawn the attention of my family. What?
It's not.
Do you
Wait, what?
do you know her? I need information.
Yes, I did. She was an acquaintance of mine and hers.
You were acquaintances with a blood witch.
Yes.
Pridwin, like, puts a hand up to his face, like, trying to... He looks very shocked.
No.
Even with your history, I'm sorry, but I find that hard to believe. They're not exactly the kinds to have living acquaintances.
Have you ever
Pidge, roll me an insight check really quick while this conversation is happening.
seen a demon with the body of a human?
I'm Redwin looking at Apollyon. I mean, technically two?
Yes. I mean, a demon whose soul was transposed into a human's body.
Do you mean... Is that even... like a possession?
Similar, yes.
How...
I knew one.
I see.
and Cassie was responsible for it.
She put the soul of a demon into a human's body.
Yes.
And you say you were acquaintances, as in not hostile.
Correct.
I've never heard of a blood witch that would make friends.
Yes, it was. She was a different kind of witch. She wasn't, at least from my experience, overly hostile towards others. Mostly just lived secluded. And when she came to see Cassie, her and one other, then they sort of proposed a deal. Arranged something, if you will.
A deal.
Less so like a demon one, more so like a human one.
I see.
Mid-conversation, you hear a slam as Pidge hurls the cover of the book shut.
Pidge, are you alright? Pidge. Pidge, what?
What do you know of weapon creation? Like the history? What do the rhizostomas have on that?
Fridwin freezes at that question.
I think you're asking the wrong person.
Apollyon, what do you know of weapon creation?
I'm gonna see if Apollyon knows.
I
what Apollyon knows. Because
no.
but
I know how demon weapons were made.
But why?
Apollyon. You recall our mutual friend,
not
right?
Why or how, when.
When?
Who?
I know who. When is actually
Can
probably
you give me who?
that would be one of the three witches. God, how am I forgetting her name? I know who she is. Narcissa.
Yeah.
Narcissa. She was the one who made
Okay.
us.
When?
That would be something that I'd imagine would be recorded in the records. So I'm trying to. When were demon weapons made? Because looking.
As far as Pridwin knows, you don't know.
I mean, I know that.
The problem is you're asking for something that was not recorded. There was no time written down. It's like one of those things where it was like, at the beginning of time. It's like asking when the Bible says the world was created. In the beginning. Literally, in the beginning is the description.
If you have Pidge points at a soul being put into a safe on the book, pointing it away from Apollyon and Lunala, and then pointing at the page for Pridwin to see.
So you're opening to that page?
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys are looking at this language, weird language, don't understand it, but the same thing that Pidge saw is there is an image of what looks to be a soul, things written around it, notes, hand scribbled in, and this drawing hand sketch, and the soul, there's motion lines, and it appears to be going into a weapon, and the closer you look at that weapon, the more it looks like a scythe.
Schematics.
This. If I had to pin down a time, I mean.
So, Apollion's been around a very, very long time. And I think we've discussed this before, but Apollyon would have been alive at around the time that these weapons were created.
You would have been young, but
Yeah.
yes.
But yeah, he would have been around. So I feel like,
Sanguinate was recorded as among the first demon weapons, probably second generation if I had to guess, and he was alive during the Roman Empire, so somewhere around the late BC, early AD.
I mean, this is like thousands of years ago.
This is before written language.
I'm gonna have Apollyon roll history on what he knows.
So here's an interesting thing, and the only reason I've had trouble with some of the world history, you all would know there was an apocalyptic event that occurred before your world.
Mhm.
The apocalyptic event is what brought magic into this world.
Yeah.
And all of civilization today stems from that event
Mm-hmm.
onward.
Okay. And so
This is me
Pidge,
telling you that as players more so. The creation of demon weapons did not happen until after that apocalyptic event. So all the civilization, the earth that existed before that, there was plenty of that. It was just destroyed somehow.
Mm-hmm.
but that's where this unknown language comes from, because wouldn't, if it's that ancient, would it be part of the before the apocalypse or just
No, it was after.
Yeah.
The
Okay.
person who wrote this and the person who wrote the notes in this, so I don't know if you figured this out by now, but not only is this a journal written by one person, it has been written in by another person. So two people have written notes in this journal, and both of those notes are ancient as fuck.
The thing is, as far as I'm aware, the actual process of creating demon weapons was only known by 3 people. Death, the person who initially invented it, and Narcissa, who was the one who actually went through with it. This is in a witch language, which makes me think that Casil must have been in contact with her.
Correct.
I wish that she were here so that I could ask her about this.
Well, there's also Casil, wherever she is.
Yes, but if she's truly that reclusive, I doubt we'll ever run into her.
Well, she wasn't.
Sorry.
Yeah, me totally ignoring outside information.
I've never heard more foreshadowing in my life.
As if we'll ever run into a blood witch.
Like we're
in
ever
our
gonna run into
travels.
her. Not like there's art of her already existing in canon or anything.
Hell, she's probably already dead.
Totally not relevant at all.
Mhm. Well, the last time I saw her was just over 20 years ago. Maybe a little longer. She could still very well be around, though not sure if the same place that she was before.
You met her that recently.
It was
Yeah,
right.
that's news to you because this witch is ancient.
Yeah,
That would have been around the time you got split, wasn't it?
correct.
You've always been extremely vague about how that actually happened. Did she have something to do with that?
No, but have I ever told you about the day Death died?
This is news to you.
Wait, are you telling me you were there?
Around, yes. And I was involved.
Great, everybody that I know is involved. Narcissa
Oh,
said she was there. Now you're telling me that that you were there, and apparently this Casil was also there. Who wasn't there?
Well, pretty much every ancient being on the planet was there at the time. And
Or knew
those.
about it.
Yeah, exactly. Uh,
I mean, I guess it would be big news.
yes.
Probably the biggest news.
It is the last thing I remember before my split, if you will.
I'm really hoping that we get to relive the event you and I played out in his memories. So I don't know how much that you want to tell, but
Yeah, no, yeah, I'm still gonna be vague about it because that's Apollyon's thing, but,
gotcha.
yeah, but, he says, well, I felt it when it happened, and there too was another demon who caused it.
Mephistopheles, right? I remembered you mentioning him
Correct.
a
He
lot.
was the one who killed Death.
And split you.
Sorry. He looks to him and says, sort of. He intended to lay a finishing blow upon me.
And that was when things happened that saved you.
Correct. My memories are still vague of that event, but there was another person there who brought me from the brink of death, alongside my partner who wasn't so fortunate.
You've mentioned her before, but only vaguely.
Echidna was her name.
The scale around your neck seems a lot heavier all of a sudden for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
Has an icy touch to it.
That was the mortal with the demon soul.
Correct. Have your parents ever recounted the tale of a demon of greed?
I mean, demons.
Demons weren't really your thing, witches were more the interest. They were all the
Yeah.
rage.
Yeah.
Demons were always more. They were always more, Isadora's thing. And, well, most of her writings are a bit too old for me. And also in Spanish.
That is also fair. Yes, Echidna was in fact a demon of greed. That is what I learned from her before her untimely death.
I see. So, the reason that she was in that body was because of a similar reason to you.
Sort of.
Slain and then given a second chance, in a way.
Similar but different. Cassie wasn't involved in my resurrection, if you will. If you could even call it that. I'm still not technically alive.
I see.
It was another person who was there at the time. Someone who I had fought, actually. I don't know the full details. All I know is that whatever clinging ambitions I had left decided to stick in this world.
Like a revenant.
Precisely. That's why my memories are fragmented, split apart. I'm not Apollyon, but I am at the same time, if that makes sense.
I think I'm starting to understand.
Now, if this journal is involved in these events and the creations of the weapons, then, well, why it is here in the first place is honestly the biggest mystery, but
Apollyon, are you still holding the piece of metal?
yeah.
Roll me a d20.
Okay. That is a 14.
It's almost just as you say this that you feel something. It's almost like an echo. It's hard to describe, but the metal in your hand has a weight to it, has a voice. It seems like there's something calling out from inside of the hilt.
He's gonna try to listen.
You don't make out anything, just the echoes. Something long forgotten.
Wait a minute. He's gonna try to judge how old this metal is.
The metal itself, or the new advancements added onto it?
The metal itself.
The metal itself is pretty old. I mean, this thing, like, just judging by the picture, at least a couple 100 years old.
Hmm. I see. I'm gonna do something that probably won't work, but he's gonna try to resonate with this handle.
You try to resonate with the handle. Roll me a d20.
That is a 15.
It immediately shuts itself off. The echo disappears. It's almost like it got a taste of you and it didn't like what it found.
Pidge,
Huh?
take this handle.
Pidge grabs the handle.
Resonate with it.
Pidge gets the deer in headlights look again.
How do you resonate with?
Just do it.
Do you really want to finish that question, Predwin?
Never mind.
Pidge, do you resonate with the hilt?
She's going to try, but this is only the third time she's ever done it.
Roll me a d20 at advantage.
Good, because the first one was a 2. The second one was a 20.
Oh shit.
That's what I wanted to hear. Pidge, you're standing there, and you begin to hear it, that echo. And then the echo suddenly has a voice. You hear a name. You hear your name. And then all of the sudden, emerging from the base of the handle is this blue liquid plasma that spills over itself until it forms into this beautiful curved blade.
My
The presence within the hilt, you swear you know it.
my gods. Synthetic demon weapon.
knew there was something strange about that then.
I guess that'd explain what your father was doing with those notes.
That'd also explain why I haven't been able to succeed in making another one.
Pidge, have you even really tried to resonate with Eon?
Who's asking that? Just
Lunala.
Pidge looks at the sword in front of her, and her she's about to make a of course I've tried comment, but sort of stops when she has this feeling that she's an experience she hasn't really felt before, except once, but that was overwhelming.
Mm-hmm.
She looks over at she unshoulders Eon.
You're holding your rifle. The one you've had since the day you ran out of here with all of its pieces. It's never once misfired. It's always been faithful to you. Do you resonate with it?
In, breathes out, and tries to resonate with it.
You don't even have to roll. You feel the same echoing sensation of something inside rippling back to you. Something that knows you.
And for the first time since she's had this trusty rifle, she asks it a question.
Mm-hmm.
Who are you?
You hear the name rippling through, distorted, like how ripples lose their shape the further out they go. But you make out the name that you gave it long ago. Eon.
She stares at the weapon for a minute, and finally just sort of hugs it close to her. A choked out, I'm sorry. And that's all she can muster.
realize Pidge is hugging a rifle in front of you and kind of losing it. Are you piecing things together?
Yeah.
I mean, Fredwin sits down.
Lunala starts to pace.
Apollyon is also just sort of like pacing before he like leans up against a nearby wall. And if I'm correct in saying this, he says, so he's been missing ever since she left.
Gemma, who's standing in the doorframe behind you all, nods to this question.
Also, she would have been seeing him in human form by now.
Oh yeah, but again, she didn't say anything to it.
Yeah. Just throwing that out there.
I think I have an idea as to who might have come here and why. Piecing everything together. The note was in Russian. It was looking for a journal in an ancient language. The journal is in a witch's language, and it details how to make demon weapons. Furthermore, the individual who was here also stole weapon components. But they couldn't find the book. I recall correctly, Meisters have been getting kidnapped, right? That's been an issue that's been happening ever since this all started.
And I'm going to throw an out there theory that may or may not be true. But, like you said, Meisters have been getting kidnapped. They're looking for information on these synthetic demon weapons, including Narcissa's or whoever's journal that involved the creation of them. And not to mention the quite possibly witch-designed black blood which intends to drive those who use it insane. My theory is that they're trying to create an army of their own Meisters.
That was actually something we came to a conclusion about a while ago. Why would they be trying to take young Meisters? And they were also after Katya, who would be able to tell based on the soul whether someone was capable or not. We came to the conclusion that they must have been trying to build an army, which means I think that these events are connected. They are trying to build an army.
And creating weapons for that army to wield.
Precisely. Trying to use our own tactics against us.
I think you're missing the point, Lunala says, still staring at Pidge and the weapons. I think he figured it out.
I think so.
Apollyon is just sort of just sticking to silence right now to give Eon and Pidge a moment.
Lunala points toward the picture of your mother, Pidge. What happened to her?
An accident
And who told
when I
you
was
that?
young. There's sort of a deadness in Pidge's eyes as she sort of looks at Lunala. You get the sense that she knows the answer as well as Lunala knows the answer to that.
Lunala doesn't look sad at all as you meet her gaze. She looks to you. She looks back to the journal carefully now that it's closed. Even with it closed, her nose is still bleeding. And she looks to the sword. Don't you see? I don't think it was an accident.
Pidge is nodding.
Weapon does need a soul. It's actually interesting.
Oh yeah, totally interesting. My parents both gave up their souls so I can go about swinging swords and shooting people.
You don't understand.
What, that I lost my entire support structure to a crazy experiment where I...
You didn't lose them, Pidge. Look at me. Do you know how my family works? Narcissa taught my ancestor a way to fuse the souls of our fallen into a weapon to be passed down so that all of us would remain together. In a way, he taught your family how to do something similar. Pidge, you didn't lose either of them. You are holding them in your hands right now.
I am holding Eon right now. I literally just asked him. He is Eon. He is not my dad. Not my father.
Did you ask that, though?
No, I didn't.
Fredwin will actually
But I
say
think
that. Did you ask them?
she'll resonate with Eon again.
You feel the rippling echoes. What do you say?
Just a word, and it's just dad with that whole question mark.
For just a moment, just a single solitary moment, you swear you you can make out the shape of eyes in the sleek metal of Eon Sparrow. They look familiar to you, looking at you, giving you that same gentle look, and then they're gone.
So, is it them?
Not entirely.
But it's something, Lunala says, giving you a weak smile.
Well, it's better than what I did to my father.
Hey, you're
Alright.
out of the Dead Dad Club. Congratulations!
I suppose technically it's better than what I did to my father also.
Yeah. I turned my father into a gun, just not in the same kind of way that Narcissa does it. I sort of obliterated his soul and turned his bones into a weapon.
That's brutal.
You scare me. Lunala says to you.
It's impaled in some titan down in hell or something, so I don't have it.
Or something.
All I did was disappoint mine.
Ugh.
You know what?
Horribly maimed and then shackled to a gun.
It's okay. We all have father issues together.
Hey, if I know it can be difficult to try to communicate with them if it's anything like how mine works. It took me 20 years just to be able to talk to them. So maybe I could help somehow. And see if we can get them back into working order in a way.
I guess we can try.
Just be patient. And I know this isn't the same as having them there with you as they were. Believe me, I know how that feels exactly, but they are still here. They might not be able to communicate or physically interact in the way that they once did in life, but they are here with you.
And now, well, they're technically protecting you.
taking time to stare.
So, is there anything else you want to do?
Good question.
You gained a few more pieces to a much larger puzzle.
Mm-hmm.
Pidge is going to do one more thing before we get done.
Mhm.
Can she attempt to resonate with both?
Uh-huh. You can try. It's gonna take a lot of effort.
Yeah. She's going to attempt it.
So, like, both of them at the same time?
Yeah.
So, a split resonation. Yeah, you're gonna have to roll high for that.
Yeah. I doubt a 13 would reach.
I mean, you can resonate with each one of them individually, but until you know the souls of the weapons better, yeah, it's gonna take practice.
Yeah.
Well, does this conclude our trip here?
Well, we know why the break-in happened. We know what they were after. Furthermore, we know that they didn't get the most important part of it. And Pidge, those journals, you will need to protect them with your
Yeah,
life.
they're not leaving me.
I think we should bring them to death.
That perhaps we should bring them up to death, but I'm a bit worried about what bringing such an artifact into the death room unannounced would cause.
Well, it's
I
better
mean,
keeping than anyone else's, to be fair.
I think we should burn it.
maybe.
Pidge's
Luna's
eyes go
holding
wide at that, and
the rag to her nose, trying not to look at the animal hide book.
Honestly, this thing, it could be very well classified as a cursed object. I think putting it in its proper care would be a good idea.
Yes, I suppose locking it up with the cursed artifacts might be a consideration. However, I don't know.
Pidge is hugging both journals tight to her chest.
Regardless of the case, we can't allow this information to get out. And to be honest, I don't think, even though we could try burning it, I feel like Narcissa or Cassiel would probably have done something to keep it from being burned. I don't know.
I'd imagine that a witch's writings would have some way of protecting them. A lot of them usually do.
Yes, and, well, something as immensely important as that journal would probably have some fail-safes added to it.
Well, I think perhaps we should bring it up to death and see if we can come to a consensus on what the best thing to do about it would be. However, regardless of what we do with it, we cannot let it fall into anyone's hands. I think it should be up to Pidge to ensure that it remains protected. Because I fear the ramifications if anyone who would be able to translate that book would... what they would be able to gain from it.
The original Death was involved in the creation of these weapons. I can't imagine Death would be upset as to come across a book like this, but it's up to Pidge ultimately.
It just holds the book and looks at the two of you and goes, I kind of want to study it.
I do think that that might be wise, certainly before trying to destroy it. If there is any information in there that could help us, then... well... I mean, the way things are looking, I'm worried that... well, we need all the help we can get.
Wait a second. Apollyon paces around for a sec. He says, I feel like... no, that can't be possible.
What are you thinking?
So the way demon weapons are created, normally a soul wouldn't be able to possess a weapon like that unless those specific circumstances are met, at least as far as I'm aware of the many years I've been alive. I don't have many memories of when I was split, but he manifests Abaddon and says, this piece of my soul was embedded within my scythe.
You think it was the same process?
I think I should consider it.
If I were to guess, I'd imagine that this process is a combination of the two that the two witches had discovered. Cassiel's ability to move a soul into a body, and Narcissa's ability to create a weapon using a soul. Marrying the two, you could take a pre-existing spirit and possess a vessel with it instead of a living body.
What of a way to undo this process?
Perhaps that's also within the book, but
We would need somebody who can read it, however. Pidge, how would you begin to study it?
I would start with my dad's journal and then cross-reference any language translations he has with the book, and then use that to decipher the rest of the language.
Perhaps.
I'd imagine if he had the book and also used its information, he must have had a way of translating it. It would have been a lot
Exactly.
easier. It would have been a lot easier if we had Narcissa with us. She would have been able to simply read the book after, especially assuming that she put her own notes into it.
Not to be paranoid or anything, but would it really be wise, even if Narcissa was here, to show her a book such as this?
What do you mean? It's her book.
I feel like she'd be
I
pretty
mean,
about it, like a library book.
Probably not here, as in this very room, but I don't see why she would perhaps attack us or something like that for having the book. Perhaps if she wanted, then she would demand that we destroy it, but
I'm thinking more of special notes, stuff that she wanted to remember but never got around to. Information that could help her now.
I
know we're on a tenuous let's not kill each other agreement, but
Well,
I do not think that she would act in a hostile manner to us the way that she has a heart. That much I'm certain of.
well, it's not like we'll be seeing her anytime soon with the way things are going.
Indeed. And I believe that trying to translate the book on our own is probably the best option for now.
Correct.
It'll take time, but it is something I can work on.
Pidge, I do believe that if there is something within that book that you deem to be hazardous knowledge to allow to remain in the world, then I suggest you set it aside and we at least try and destroy those individual pages.
Well, anyway, should we begin heading out? We've been sitting in this room for a minute.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
I feel like Pidge to try out her new weapon.
I believe so. I believe also we should probably let that squirrel go. Pridwin pointing over to the squirrel
look
that's
over
still in.
to Ein. Ein is no longer holding a squirrel.
Oh,
The squirrel escaped.
fine. Where did the squirrel go?
Ein kind of looks around and then gives you a shrug.
How did you lose the squirrel? You were holding it.
He shrugs again.
Oh boy.
The squirrel probably tickled his right chin. Pidge goes over and tickles that right chin.
His foot starts to tap rapidly against the floor, his tail wagging. He starts to tilt his head, his eyes closing.
Concern. When did the squirrel leave? Because if that isn't one of our squirrels, what if it's someone
one of the
else's?
Counter-Intelligence.
I mean,
you know, I'm starting to think it might be a good idea to get out of this house because I have the very distinct feeling that someone's going to come over here and destroy it.
Yeah, let's get the hell out of here, to be honest.
yes, I believe we should get moving.
Would any of you like to roll me a perception check?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Definitely. Pridwin's definitely going to want to try and find that squirrel. 19?
You hear the sounds of a scuffle coming from outside.
Pridwin's going to... There's a window in this room, right?
Oh yeah. You
He's
don't
gonna
see
peek
anything
out.
from this side of the house, though. It's coming from the front.
Pidge rolled
He's going to head in that direction and try to peek out of a window that
Jesus
points in
Christ.
that direction.
Pidge, it comes to you all at once. There's somebody absent from this room that has been absent this entire time.
Runs out.
Alex!
Uh-huh!
Oh, god damn it.
Apollyon's already running out.
Oh,
Uh-huh.
Alex!
Where the fuck did she go?
You
To the
sent her to
garage.
the garage unsupervised!
Oh god.
Apollyon is already going downstairs.
You guys all
Yeah,
run
pretty much.
outside at the same time to see Alex in the middle of a fight with 3 girls, one of which is now unconscious on the ground, the second of which she has by the scruff, her feet dangling off of the ground as Alex glares into her face, but the third of which, the redhead in the Letterman jacket, is standing off in the corner, wiping blood from her nose, and you see a dark aura shifting around her Apollyon, that terror radius is back.
Oh, you've got to be kidding me.
Wait, hold on. Her? How does she even have a terror radius? That's my question.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
Is it murder time? I think it could be murder.
Pidge isn't thinking. She's running over and punching that kid in the jaw.
Which one? The one that Alex is holding, or the other one?
Alex got that kid handled.
True.
All right. Let's discuss this a little bit. I think we should take her hostage.
May I ask why we're taking a random girl hostage? These are civilians.
For some reason, she has a dark aura around her, and I do not like it.
She has taken notice of you now that you all are talking, and you see her reach up. She grabs the hat and throws it aside, and for the first time, Apollyon, you notice them.
They're horns. You gotta be kidding me.
All right.
Oh, you've gotta be fucking kidding me.
Kidnapping a demon.
Alright, taking her prisoner, right, Apollyon?
Yes, exactly that.
Pridwin's going to crack his knuckles.
Apollyon is going to summon Abaddon.
Pridwin
said
is
what
also
Pidge was
now
doing.
arcing with electricity.
Pidge,
Yes.
you're holding two weapons. You can't wield both of them at the same time.
As like, I want to get the punch off first, but I have a conversation that I need to have with Alex real quick.
Oh yes.
With Alex! Mid-fight! Alright!
Also, BRB.
Oh okay. All right.
Oh
Apollyon's
boy.
fighting. Good to know.
I'll roll initiative real quick so that you guys can.
Yeah, you're gonna have to do that.
Yeah, I rolled pretty
Yeah.
low, so you guys should be able to go. Take time. Group rolls. Hang on, I'll. All right, BRB.
So you're wanting to have a conversation with Alex?
Yeah.
Hold on, first of all, what did you
after-
roll? So I could write while we're doing this.
Alright.
15, 14, 12. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. The whole reason I wanted to do the punch is because Pidge isn't thinking; she's just running in. So, and so after she throws the punch, she immediately realizes she needs a weapon, and she's in close range combat, which means that she can't really use Eon.
Mm-hmm.
At which point she's like, "Alex, do you trust me?"
You're asking Alex if she trusts you? Alex looks at you confused. Yes?
She's a weapon.
Oh no. No, that's a bad idea. She says, holding the girl, like moving her hands for emphasis, but she's got the girl suspended in the air, so she's moving the girl for emphasis.
Well, too late. Throws Eon.
Right.
I'm telling you, it's not gonna happen, Alex says for emphasis.
Alright, I'm back.
Welcome back. Oh boy.
As the two of them are arguing, Apollyon, you begin to see, as the girl lets the Letterman jacket slide off, the hints of small wings that have just started to grow. She's a demon. She's a fledgling demon. She's a little. She hasn't been around for that long.
Whose brood are you from?
The fuck do you care? I told you to get off of my turf.
So you have no respect for your elders, huh? And Apollyon is going to... Let's see what he does. I'll use his main abilities on a minute. Let's see. He's immediately going to just go for a strike on her. Alright, so as he raises his sight and goes for a strike, that is a natural 1.
Oh my god.
Good.
Means it's
He
gonna
was
be
not-
double damage.
He was not happy about that.
These
Alright.
fucking kids. Roll me double damage.
Yes.
Damn kids have no respect for their elders.
Yes. So, hold on. Let's see. That is 62 points of damage
Fuck.
as he cleaves through her with his sight.
Ouch!
What are you aiming for?
He's going to aim for her wings. So what I want him to do is, since I rolled a natural 20, he will have disappeared into the shadows, reappeared, grabbed one of his wings, one of her wings, and just slashes at it.
Fuck. With that crit, I will allow you to actually cut the wing off.
I actually have. I wonder if I can find a GIF. Let's see. Where is it? Come on. There's like a perfect thing that I am imagining for this. Yes. This is from a Bleach movie.
Shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Pretty accurate.
Yeah, and so he does exactly this. And as he slashes at her wing, he looks to her and he says, "You're just an impudent fool."
She lets out this. It's sort of a scream, but it's choked back.
Mm-hmm.
Pidge, you just watched Apollyon tear the fucking wing off of this thing. What do you want to do?
I got so many things that I want to do, and I'm trying to narrow it down. So, if you don't mind me brainstorming, if you guys got any objections to any of these, let me know. DM, you don't need to input, but the first, it's the very simple one. Pull out the sword and start fighting back. 2, I load the gun. Back off. Shoot. 3, I load the gun. Hand it to Alex. Pull out the sword, start stabbing. Or 3, I drop both the gun and the sword, which I think is the dumbest idea, and try and resonate with Alex. All of these are dumb ideas.
I mean, I wouldn't say trying to wield Alex is the dumbest idea. Considering 2 weapons trying to wield each other is the most potentially catastrophic.
True.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, you trying to wield a weapon that you've never wielded before is, at worst, going to cause a moderate headache for both of you.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd say...
And this is a close range battle in a garage, so
I mean, no, this is outside. This is outside.
Oh,
you
it
guys
is?
are out front of the house.
It is?
Yeah.
Okay. But, yeah, Eon's actually very useful, but Pidge has already run up to getting close.
The other thing, too, is we do want to try to non-lethal this, and I feel like it's easier to do that with a sword than it is with a gun.
Especially one that could potentially have holy water.
Oh yeah, the holy water bullet will probably straight up kill her.
Yeah.
Depending on what Pridwin does, though, we might not have we might have a bit of trouble taking her alive.
Alright, so what are we doing?
So,
The question, whose turn is it?
it's Pidge's.
Pidge's turn.
Pidge's, yeah.
Pidge is still having trouble deciding.
If it were me, I'd go for the sword.
Yeah, I think I'll just go for the sword.
Also, it's a brand spanking new weapon that you can wield.
Yeah, better use it now.
I will tell you, I haven't built the sheets for her yet. So,
Now, because it's a plasma sword, I am going to start calling it Ion.
her name is Aeon. A-E-O-N.
Aeon. A-E-O-N.
Mhm.
Okay.
That is her name.
Ionic.
So, for now, if you're gonna do, it'll just be basic attacks with her because you don't know her, any of her abilities yet until you start to work with her. It'll just be base attacks with her.
Okay. Then it'll just have to be a base attack for this.
Yeah. As for her strength, I will say that since you'll be using strength, her strength is this. So you'll be adding that for your strength attacks to her. She kind of scary.
Where is it? Where do I find this? Oh.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Let's see what I get. Total of 35.
Okay.
To hit.
As you, like, I imagine this going that Apollyon just grips this wing and slices into it, and not a half second later, you come soaring in with Aeon and just cleave directly into this poor demon's chest. She does let out a shriek this time. Caught in between the two of you, she doesn't know what to do. Pridwin.
Pridwin's going to crack his knuckles and call out and say, "We're going to give you the opportunity to surrender, but if you don't, I can't promise you're going to like the results."
She is caught between panic and anger. She does not respond to you.
And Pridwin's going to take Lunala's hand, and I'm going to do... trying to... I mean, the thing is, there are two Rhizostomas who have particularly strong opinions of demons. Yeah. Coral Construct.
Okay.
Because I feel like they're gonna be moved to action. Let's just hope that I don't roll a 5. Oh. Hold on. Minus 7. That's of. So, as Pridwin takes Lunala's hand, he almost immediately, upon turning into the shield, just starts... this swirling vortex appears on the shield of just this swirling, tumultuous water, and a hand pulls itself through the surface. And, I rolled a 6.
Uh-huh.
She hasn't been introduced yet, so
I
should
gotta
I...
double check. Hold on, I'm trying to find it real quick. Jesus Christ. You didn't put it in
Yeah.
your top log, so I gotta scroll down.
I'm sorry. It's a lot of text. Pridwin's abilities have a lot of text.
Yeah, most people's do, to be fair. Where the fuck are you? Oh!
The
Oh!
longest
You
one
got
is...
her!
Yeah.
Oh, this should be interesting.
So her art, should I put it into art or should I put it into face claims?
Art. Put it into art, because it's easier for me to find y'all's art when you do that.
Hang on. And I will also throw her song, because she has a canonical song that she sings. A slender hand pushes through the tumultuous water, and this coral armored being pulls itself through, wearing this regal looking dress, a face sculpted of the same coral with these tears engraved into it, and silver vines begin to creep their way around the construct, and a sword of thorns appears in her hand. And she begins to say... Sorry, 1 second, I have to grab the song. Here we go. And I believe they get to act on the initial summoning, right?
It is her turn falls directly after yours, so that would be her first move, yes.
Yeah. So Pridwin's turn was the summoning, so yeah, it's her turn now. So everybody that hears the song, everybody that's an ally, feels this sense of calm, like they're protected. And they get the effects of Cante de los Muertos. All allies within the radius have immunity to fear and panic conditions and are resistant to madness. And she's going to begin marching towards the demon because she's a demon hunter.
Yeah, you know how to pick 'em, Dice.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure she'd even listen to you at this point if you told her not to hit it.
Yeah.
But I will say
mean...
Cante de los Muertos does cost her turn.
Oh, that was her passive.
Is it a passive?
Yeah, because every one of them has a passive and an active.
Oh, okay. Then yeah, never mind. So you've got
their attack.
Yeah, okay, gotcha.
So yeah, she'll roll for a good old-fashioned attack. And does she use my strength, or does she use, like, the combined strength, or does she just roll?
Yours.
Okay,
it
so
scales
that's
off of you.
plus... Whoop. Ridwin does have a lot of strength. Oh, right, and she also has 200 hit points, so I gotta add that too. And yeah, so strength. Ridwin's is 11, so that's a 22.
I won't even make you roll to hit because she's restrained between the two of them. Between the three of you, you guys are beating the ever-living fuck out of this little demon.
God.
She's not having a good time.
Yeah, so she's going for the stab, and that's a 24.
Okay. So you do
and it's holy damage.
Oh fuck.
Because she specifically deals holy damage.
Crap. So yeah, interestingly enough here, as Isadora hits this girl, the point of impact where it is cleaved begins to hiss and sizzle as this smoke or steam rises off of the flesh, which appears to be burning. Between the three of you, this demoness is screaming in agony.
Pridwin's panicking now. He just calls out, "Please, just surrender."
Apollyon, it's your turn.
Apollyon is going to slowly approach her.
Y'all literally took her turn, like, she can't!
So, at this point for Apollyon, his aura for him seems to have changed, and he says, well, he doesn't say anything, but a haunting whistle is suddenly heard. It's coming from Apollyon. He doesn't seem to be aware of it. This tune, however, is strangely familiar to him, yet he isn't entirely sure why that is. And he is going to raise his scythe at her, and he's going to say, "Now, are we going to do this the easy way or the hard way?" I'm sure you'll like that one, DM.
I know exactly what you're referencing, and dear God.
Uh-huh.
The girl looks to you with terror. She writhes between Pidge and you, just trying to scramble away from all of you.
There's one thing I would like him to say as well as she does this. If it's okay with you.
Go ahead.
He begins to monologue. Fear has no cause, no reason. It crawls up your body like moths to a flame. Do you feel it? That urge to flee, perhaps scream, that tingle up your spine that triggers your fight or flight response. Whenever you feel that sensation, remember me. I've been wanting to say that for so long.
Oh my god. Me knowing what it's from. Ugh! She is terrified of you. Absolutely terrified. She looks more akin to a little girl. And compared to your age, that's exactly what she is. As she scrambles away, you looming over top of her.
Have you ever recanted the tale of the Angel of the Abyss, young demon?
You see her eyes widening, going dark, glazing over.
Before you is one of his incarnations.
She's shaking. Her mouth opens. She can't say anything.
Man, this poor demon picked the worst group of people to antagonize.
Exactly. He kneels down to her and he says, before you is a king in the flesh, and you are no more than an ant.
For some strange reason, she bares her teeth. She whispers, "Not anymore, you're not."
When Apollyon hears this, does that have any effect on his mind?
Yeah. Yeah. Not only are you going to gain madness from it,
Yeah.
but in the same manner that you had from the book earlier, your nose begins to bleed, your vision starts to blacken, and for a moment, something once again is trying to surface from the inner recesses of your mind. You hear a voice laughing at you. Oh, Polly, they already have.
I do have quotes for these whispers, but I was gonna wait until they get bad enough to where others can hear it. But I won't spoil anything more. Apollyon steps forward, and let me know when the whispers get to that point anyway. But what was I gonna say? He shows the blade of his scythe right in front of her throat in that way, and he says, I would like you to say that again, little one.
She bares her fangs at you. I said, not anymore.
And who is it that you revere? Who do you bow to?
She snarls at you. I am trying to remember who is the ruler of this ring.
I can give you the names for all the demons that rule the.
Yeah, I need those real quick because I'm trying to think of which one this is.
Which circle is it?
It is
Apollyon is the 7th. Asmodeus is the 9th. There's a few others.
Her, man, I didn't want to say what her sin was until something that's about to happen, but you know what, actually, she's just gonna outright refuse to tell you.
Yeah?
That's how we're gonna play this. She's not gonna say shit.
Hmm.
She's just gonna get this smug look on her face.
I think I know what her sin is. Just based on how she's acting.
Yeah?
Yeah. It would have to, at least the way she's acting, it would have to be pride.
Yeah.
Hold on, let's see. I have to go through my notes. Wait. Wait a second. What was the book? So it would either have to be Beelzebub or, what is it, Lucifer.
I'm assuming it's Lucifer. We haven't really discussed the other circles of hell that much.
I will say, because the entire basis for Apollyon's like whole demonology lore is that I base it all off of Dante's Inferno.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll probably just go with maybe Satan, because he's an individual demon, separate from Lucifer.
Gotcha.
Because I remember Lucifer and Apollyon were allies, so I'll
I
probably
was gonna say, isn't Lucifer like one of your bros?
yeah. And so is Beelzebub. So I'll go with Satan. So yeah, he looks to her and he says, "Your pride will be your downfall, young demon."
Pridwin, roll me a perception check, being the furthest away.
18?
It's getting really warm out here. Like, really warm. And you turn to that heat, and you see the ground behind you appears to be crumbling away and melting.
Everyone? Got a problem.
She starts to laugh. Even with your scythe at her throat, she just giggles.
It's around this time that Apollyon is even focusing on everything around him. He is just giving in to the whispers of him, and he is going to cast Domain of Terror on her.
On her?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So he casts.
You're not gonna fail, so you don't even gotta roll to hit.
Yeah. All right. What happens then? Need to get the AP cost real quick.
I feel the need to tell you to say my most famous line of "Are you sure you want to do that?"
Well, because I can't imagine she would somehow be able to fight the domain.
This is not necessarily about her when I ask you this.
Then yes, I am sure.
Okay. So, you, in similar fashion, do your thing when Domain of Horror starts. And suddenly, you're in a separate soul plane.
Mm-hmm.
And in similar fashion to the last person you did this to, which was a squirrel that didn't used to be a squirrel, you hear laughter.
I did this to a squirrel.
Uh-huh.
Oh no, I haven't done that yet.
Not yet.
Yeah.
I
I was.
I was saying that more to you, the player, than
Oh, okay.
you,
Yeah.
the actual
Yeah.
character.
Okay.
But yeah, you hear laughter, and that overbearing sense of being looked down at, a fear of failure and disappointing someone. All of that laughter pinning you down to the floor, and with every pin it feels like needles delving in, but they're growing, and suddenly they're nails piercing through all of her skin, holding her to the ground, and she is struggling, trying to get away from it, to get away from the laughter, to pull herself up from that overbearing shame. And she can't. It's burying her, crushing her. And you see all of it. And she's trapped in this state, so scared of you and of failing someone. And you have got her placed in this domain of horror. And now the two of you are stuck. Pidge, you just saw the girl that you were beating the shit out of crawling away from you guys. Apollyon's starting to lose it. And all of a sudden he did his weird spooky shit, and now the two of them are trapped inside of a giant void box.
Mm-hmm.
Not exactly great. You also hear Pridwin shouting from behind you saying that there's a problem. You turn to look, and sure enough, in front of your house, the ground is crumbling away, melting, if you will, as an intense heat is emanating from this hole that has torn itself open. What would you like to do?
Where did I drop Eon?
By Alex, who is fighting with the other girl. They're minding their business.
Okay. How far away are they from the burning pit of doom?
A ways.
Okay.
Pridwin's the closest one to it.
Just double checking. Do I have all the journals?
Yeah,
and
you've got everything
other
on you.
things that I. Okay.
You'll also notice that Gemma's on the porch looking. It's not that she looks scared, but she definitely knows she is at a disadvantage.
Okay, last thing. Where's Ein?
Ein is also on the porch, and he looks very concerned.
Okay. And is the pit between me and the porch?
Yes.
It's time for the yeet technique.
Okay.
No.
As I told you, this isn't about if you can do it, it is how well you can do it. Which concerns me because you would be doing it over a burning pit of death. So, I gotta ask the same question again. Are you sure you want to do that?
No, I'm not sure. But I don't know any other way to get over there without running around the thing and letting it grow to the point where it might swallow the porch.
always just tell them to move. You don't have to, like, you don't have to go
Okay.
yourself.
Use your
I
words.
gesture for them to move.
On hearing your instruction, Gemma does so. She moves off of the porch and starts backing away from this crevice that is tearing itself open.
She's all Ein, come on,
Ein goes as well.
around.
And it's about this time that you
Beyond
notice that
that-
it's not the hole isn't continuing to grow. It has finally stopped.
Ooh.
The ground crumbling inwards, the heat intensifying as you see what looks like movement from within the hole.
At that, I'm going to go over and grab Ian.
You grab Eon.
Did they just summon a demon?
Fredwin,
And I'm loading that gun.
go ahead. I know exactly what you're gonna do with it. Fredwin, it is your move, and you watch as this hole has torn itself open.
Oh god.
Apollyon has locked himself into a void of doom, and Pidge is loading something into Eon? Question mark.
Pridwin is probably going to have Lunala start running towards the group, and he's just going to start calling Isadora's name, trying to get her attention.
You notice something as you go to do this. Lunala's hand is trembling on your grip.
Lunala, are you okay?
Her eyes are locked onto the pit.
Lunala, what's going on?
This isn't good.
No, it is not.
As you watch both of you taken aback, Isadora turning, all of you except Apollyon very aware of the creature that rises out of that pit. Her long, flowing red hair, the jagged horns, the hard-set eyes, casually eating. This is another demon, and the terror radius wafting off of her is something that rivals Apollion's. Luckily for you, her song that she has been singing keeps you from being feared and immediately fleeing, but that doesn't keep you from feeling it. Lunala's eyes are absolutely locked onto this creature, and she has not moved.
Upon Apollyon's turn, he's going to cancel the terror radius, by the way.
You're gonna cancel what?
Not terror radius. He's gonna cancel his
Domain?
domain. Yeah.
Okay.
Upon turn. Yeah.
We are back up to the top of the order.
Okay. So from the outside, this sort of black void-like cube begins to shatter away like glass, and from it, let's say Apollyon would be dragging the girl by her collar, sort of walking. He doesn't seem to be paying attention to anything around him. He throws her in front of him onto the floor, and he says, "You are a pathetic excuse for a demon."
Immediately, the woman's head snaps in your direction, her eyes locking onto your figure, and she starts walking.
You there, demon. I feel like she needs to go get punished as per demon culture.
Considering how easily she was torn down, I think you might be right.
Glad we're on the same page.
Give me my child.
She's yours. I have nothing of use for her anymore.
She holds her hand out.
He had already thrown her to the floor.
Then she will grab her by the scruff of her neck, her fingers digging in like claws, blood beginning to drip from the sides of her throat as she picks this girl up. She is just hanging in this woman's grasp as she turns and starts walking away from you.
Redwin just looks over to Apollyon and says, "What the fuck was that?"
No need to dwell on it any further.
However,
Oh?
I did warn you. There is somebody here who will not abide the presence of a demon.
Mm-hmm.
So the woman is walking back towards this pit that has formed when all of the sudden there is an immediate rush of motion, and Isadora attacks her. Third one. Roll to attack a store.
Yeah. Oh, good lord. You know what? Considering who she is, that makes sense.
Yeah?
That's natural 20.
Oh shit!
Oh no.
Uh,
What is Isadora doing exactly?
Oh, I mean, first of all, I can't. These two have to know each other if this is going how it's going.
Stands to reason that they may have encountered one another.
So the song still hasn't stopped.
Uh-huh.
Because she doesn't stop singing until the fight's over. She just fucking slams the sword into this woman's back.
You do so. And you can see, even from where you are, that the same effect happens. There is this sizzling as the holy damage takes effect, and the woman just stops, glances over her shoulder, makes eye contact with Isadora.
There are just saltwater tears that roll down the mask.
In one fluid motion, I wish I could make this up, she turns, releasing the girl, her hand moving, solidifying into this jagged, almost a crystal shape, and she immediately embeds it in Isadora's chest. And they just stare at each other.
He still doesn't stop singing.
Call your dog off, she says in your direction, Apollyon.
Release her. She has nothing to do with the child.
Pridwin, your construct is not wanting to respond to anything you tell it.
He's going to probably just transform back into his human form.
Lunala is still trembling beside you.
And he's going to run to Isadora. And he's going to try and grab one of her arms.
The arm not holding her crazy sword? Yeah, you managed to get a hold
Yeah.
of it.
Isadora, this is not the time for this.
You can feel absolute just heat and something else that you can't quite put a finger on radiating off of this creature before you. It is hard for you to even stand next to her. That's how bad it is.
What is wrong with you? Why are you... We do not need to fight this one.
You do not want to fight me, she says, never once breaking eye contact from Isadora. I need you to roll a charisma check.
Yeah. Fuck? 19?
Just barely. The mask turns from Astor's face to slowly look down at you.
Please. This is not worth dying all over again for.
Slowly, her head just bows.
Depending on how old this demon is, would Apollyon have heard of or know of her?
Oh, you know her.
Okay. Apollyon looks to her and he says, "Apologies for the construct. I suppose this is due for some kind of apology." He takes a few steps forward and he says, "Well, I don't know where your allegiances stand, but let's say I owe you one for this."
Are you... you trying to make a deal with her?
Sort of loosely, but if she would like to propose a full demon deal, then he would take it.
I need nothing from you, little king. And as she begins to remove the crystallized piece of her hand from Isadora, Isadora, being a coral construct, she crumbles. Bits of coral falling around your feet, and she disappears.
Before
Astor
she
turns away from you and simply starts walking.
Before she goes, she does give an "I'm watching you" gesture to Apollyon.
Fair enough.
Because she also knows Apollyon.
Oh yeah, for sure. Astor turning away from you, using the spear point of her tail, skewers the girl, lifting her off of the ground. Her eyes are wide. You see a look of absolute horror on her face as the woman starts walking away, just dragging the helpless girl with her. You can see as she starts approaching the fiery molten pit, this girl's fingers are dragging through the earth, leaving ruts deep as they can go as she desperately tries to cling to the soil. The woman doesn't even give you a secondary glance. She simply disappears within it, and you can hear the girl screaming, and then nothing as the pit crumbles inward and then just becomes a small hole filled with earth. And you all are left there.
Ridwin lets out a relieved sigh and says, "This family needs anger management classes."
Linol collapses beside you, breathing hard.
I thought I was gonna lose her.
Never thought I would be antagonized by the spawn of a star.
You... of course you know her.
Ah, demons. You know how it is.
Just like small towns.
Uh-huh.
How close to being obliterated from existence was I?
I'd say about 3 inches.
Linol is just nodding shakily beside you.
Oh,
No
was
worry. The girl will have gotten what she deserves. Demons aren't exactly forgiving when it comes to punishment.
clearly.
You would know. You hear Gemma say as she walks past you, starting down the path.
I've noticed you taking glances at me all day. What do you know?
Looking over her shoulder, she smiles coyly at you and waves. Who, me? I'm just a little old woman. What do I know? And she keeps walking.
Apollyon's gonna follow after.
Another question. Did you know Isadora?
Me?
She reacted to you like you knew each other.
You would know of Isadora, yes.
I don't know. Maybe. She probably tried killing me a few times.
Definitely a fact.
Right. You know, from what I read, she was one of the less vindictive of us, but
That doesn't really mean much with your family, at least.
she did kill an entire religious order for beheading her brother.
Well, to be fair, I would do the same. If I had
Including the Pope.
Ah, so that's who beat me to
God.
it. Well, shall we?
Yes, I think I'd like to go home now.
Right.
Yes. Yes, let's go.
Alex tossing the girl, like, the girl's body down beside her and starts dusting her hands off, looks over at you guys.
Those two will
Whoops.
probably... Those two will probably think that they had a bad trip.
I can give them a bad trip.
I don't really give a fuck what they think, she says as she starts walking.
I don't think that they need any more than we've already... any more trauma than we've already given them.
Well, if you want, I can make it seem like they just had a bad dream.
Nah, let him suffer, Alex says.
No, no, hold on. Pidge goes over to both of the girls, kicks them 3 times, ranting about things she remembered them taunting her about, and then goes, "Okay, now I'm done."
There. Now they have had plenty of emotional and blunt force trauma.
Well, I'm all for either of those.
So, you guys gather your things together and start heading back?
Yes, as Apollyon is walking, he's sort of, with his open hand, he's sort of like gripping at his forehead as if he has really bad migraine.
Mm-hmm.
Are you doing alright, Apollyon?
Um, hmm. Hold on, there's something I wanna, how I wanna reply, I wanna send it to DM real quick.
Okay. Uh-huh. Yeah, that's fine.
Alright, so, as you ask this question, he sort of turns for a moment and he says, "I'm fine." And as he says it, it sounds like both his and another voice is saying it at the same time, a deeper one.
I mean, considering that you've probably gone through about as much of an emotional roller coaster as Pidge has, I was concerned.
Very well.
And I think I'm going to continue to be concerned.
He continues walking, using Abaddon as a walking stick.
You guys hungry? I know a great diner.
Oh,
I
I
could-
I lost my appetite, but maybe
I can eat,
once I
Alex says.
I could eat.
once I calm down, I'll probably feel hungry.
I could eat a horse, you hear Lunala say, and there's a hint of a snarl in her voice. But her eyes are locked onto Apollyon.
Goodwin's just going to put a hand on her shoulder.
You see her glance over at you, and you can't determine exactly what that concern and almost fear in her eyes is. And then she very quickly reaches up to cover her bleeding nose again.
Everything alright?
She nods and gives you a faint smile.
You seemed a lot more worried about all that than everyone else was.
I could see it.
The what?
What we were up against.
do you mean?
That woman. She was gonna kill all of us. She could have easily too.
But she decided against it.
For some reason, she didn't recognize me.
You know her.
No, not personally. But with everybody that's been after us, you'd think she would have.
I suppose that's fair. Perhaps she's not that interested in the what's going on this plane.
That's what bothers me. She didn't even seem concerned.
Well,
That is concerning.
So, are we gonna go eat or what? She gives you that disarming smile.
I suppose that I could eat.
You guys walk back to town together, chatting and trying to enjoy each other's company, but there's something looming in the brooding way that Apollyon seems lost in thought. In that shared migraine he seems to have with Lunala. And in the algorithms and questions and just millions of words racing through Pidge's mind. You eat, but you don't talk. You're just there. And just as you're finally starting to come out of it, Apollyon, just as you think the headache has finally gone, your wrist starts to glow green.
ah, God damn it! And then he just teleports away.
And that's where I'm
Oh,
calling it.
not again.
Do we have to wait here?
God. What was the second time? Wasn't that when they were by the river?
Yeah, it was when they were by the river,
Mm-hmm.
and Renatoska was just throwing seeds.
Yeah, he
So
got
Apollyon
summoned
just
into the
got
fucking
teleported
river.
straight into the water.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Directly.
he's just gonna come back drenched.
Oh,
Yeah,
he's
and
gonna be so upset.
he's gonna come back drenched and holding a golden spear.
God.
Which I need to add to his inventory.
But yeah,
Hmm
there you go.
Oh boy.
Yep.